Chaos, finale. Jianghu Hua's flame burned the opponent, making them scream in agony. Finally, one of them was smart enough to run away, and she did chase after him. Instead, she took a moment to search the soul of a few of her attackers and learned about the situation. After knowing someone was plotting against this year's Heaven Will battle, Jianghu Hua could not find it in herself to care. Ever since she woke up from her seal in this generation, her mind has been preoccupied with worry. Father, where are you? Did something happen to you? Thought Jianghu Hua, and these thoughts have not stopped for the past 1,000 years. After waking up in this generation, she discovered her father left detailed instructions for her to start recultivating to strengthen her foundation. Her father also told her she left a present to ensure her success in this generation. And after the deception trial, she finally used the thing he left, a piece of his bone. Her father left her a perfectly preserved emperor bone to absorb. And after she succeeded, her foundation, fleshly body, bloodline, soul, and even law comprehension drastically increased. Nevertheless, despite the sudden increase in strength, Jianghu Hua was unhappy. And that's because her father did not appear to see her. Jianghu Hua is not unreasonable and knows Great Emperor cannot easily interact with the lower dimension after ascending. However, she knows her father should have left some means to contact her. PNDN0V1, COM. Of course, this was not the main reason for her worry. The leading cause is she could not sense their bloodline connection. At first, she thought it was because of how weak she was, but after absorbing the bone, their bloodline connection should have deepened. But even then, she could not sense her father's existence. As such, she did not know whether he was dead or purposely hiding. During the deception trial, she learned of the terrible situation of the upper dimension. Jianghu Hua knew her father was the kind of person who would not bow to anyone, including the 7 moons and 2 suns. So, she's worried he's gotten into major trouble. Calm down, thought Jianghu Hua. What I need to do is finish absorbing the emperor bone and increase my strength. Then, find an opportunity to prove the Tao before ascending to search for him. She disappeared from her location, hiding in some unknown place. For the next week or so, Wang Wei secretly saved many people who reached the standard of heavenly Tao, forming numerous karma debts. And this time around, these people cannot easily remove the karma threads he placed on them since he saved their lives. Simultaneously, many of these geniuses also die. Of course, the geniuses from other world communities also suffered heavy casualties. On top of a mountain, Wang Wei opened his eyes and exhaled. Too soon, he muttered. Based on his retreat, he knew it was too soon to reach the heavenly Tao control level. He would need to prove the Tao before he had a chance to create the stage of that technique. Nevertheless, by spying on that level in advance, he set up the foundation to succeed in the future. And I did benefit plenty, he commented. Through the aura from the destroyed heavenly Tao, he comprehended more about disordered Tao, which in turn elevated his fate Tao. He waved his hand to take out a booklet titled Health Preserving Art. During the final part of Gu Xian's trial, he created the first part of a supplementary technique designed to increase the lifespan of quasi-emperors. He wanted to develop a method that improved the foundation of his sect. During his subsequent retreat after the trial, he finished the essence and spirit refining part of this technique. However, Wang Wei was disappointed because the technique did not reach his requirement. It did not allow people to live to the mortal limit of 269 trillion years old. According to his calculation, the longest a person could live with this technique was 750 million years. After this short retreat, he was inspired and believed he could push its boundaries in the billion-years-old aspect. I should be more ambitious, he commented. Instead of living to the limit of mortals, why not live as long as heaven and earth? How long can a world live? Wang Wei did not know exactly, but he knew no world was immortal and technically had a finite lifespan. The only exception to this rule is heaven will worlds, and that's because of the blessing of great emperors. Their preaching and actions can extend the life of a world. So, when it comes to a world like the 9-devil god world, its lifespan will run out after a certain period with no blessing from a great emperor. Regardless of the current state of the 9-devil god world, it can survive for hundreds of yuan epochs. So, if someone could live so long, they would be considered pseudo-immortal, thought Wang Wei. There is no way Heavenly Tao would allow such a technique to exist. Not to mention the obvious flaw. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. Great emperors are sublimated once they prove the Tao, including their minds. It is one of the reasons time will have little effect on them. However, even they will suffer mental problems after leaving for too long. So, if a quasi-emperor could live for such a long time, their mind won't be able to bear the ravage of time. These people would become crazy and do atrocious things or even end their miserable life, muttered Wang Wei, calculating the ramification of his technique if he succeeded. Nevertheless, it would be interesting to try. He wanted to test the boundary and limit of Heavenly Tao and what's allowed in the game. Previously, he believed Heavenly Tao would severely restrict his 8-extremity foundation, but nothing has occurred as more people cultivated it. Wang Wei estimated the restriction would increase in difficulty when cultivating the technique. After writing down his ideas for this technique, he put them away before waving his hand to remove something from the formation. A purple orb floated in front of him, and he used his divine sense to look inside. A skinny giant with red skin and a third eye was inside. It seems the little girl Wrath kept her promise. He smiled before bending the void and sending his part of the bargain to her. A screen manifested before him, and he looked intently at it. Wang Wei watched all the people he saved and owed him karmic debts, along with the ones who did not need his help. The formation was not only here to save people but also a way to gather information. He squinted his eyes, obviously planning something malicious. He focused on Jianghu Hua, his mind flashing with ideas. She might be useful. Let's keep her alive if possible. The final battle was full of possibilities, so he would not actively restrain himself against his enemy. But if there were room for maneuvering, she would keep some people alive as long as they accepted defeat and left the battle space. A third ability of the formation was to gather soul imprints so he could access the world community of these foreign geniuses. Wang Wei closed his eyes and accessed the world communities of these people. And as usual, he selected some people to join his chat group and tasked them to create branches of his fate's shadow guard while also secretly spreading Buddhism. Buddhism is a bigger piece of fat than I expected, he commented as he sensed the vast luck slowly gathering. Once Fengheng breaks the absolute beginning magic, he will have access to all this luck to bless his comprehension, making it easier for him to become an Empyrean. While dealing with these things, Wang Wei suddenly felt something and looked at his fate line. Sign of death? What's going on? He quickly checked, and his fate had a faint indication of his death. Although it was small, it was still there. The power of time and fate flashed in his eyes as he perused the infinite future possibilities. That's how it is, he muttered. I can't believe these people are willing to go this far. He frowned as he pondered his next step. Should I run away? He pondered before shaking his head. This is the perfect opportunity to temper myself through battle. Recently, he only fought people who were either too powerful or weak. Although he could find a worthy opponent back in the sect of the Battle Pagoda, these fights were not life and death. Plus, I can take this chance to test something. Wang Wei squinted his eyes before returning to a retreat state. He wanted to be in the best shape for the fight. 3 days later, the sky broke apart for the second time, and 5 people floated above, releasing the coercion of Tao Ancestor. Wang Wei acted swiftly and sent all the people in the continent out of this place, including the foreign intruders. Of course, he did not do it out of the kindness of his heart. He wanted these geniuses to return home and complain to their factions. He hoped these people would search for the mastermind behind this incident and put some pressure on them. Then, he flew to these 5 people. Chapter 699, You seem to be expecting us, said Tai Zong, the leader of the 5 people squad. He was a bald man with tattoos on his head. His martial clothes were sleeveless, showing his bulging muscles and even more tattoos. He held a red halberd with his left, casually leaning it on his shoulder. Wang Wei could feel the intense fiendish aura of his person along with the other 4. He knew these people were individuals who lived their lives through battle. Mercenaries? He asked. Is it that obvious? Yes, especially since you're the type of person willing to become other people's pawn. The 5 quieted down for a moment before 3 laughed out loud. Boss, the information was correct. This kid has a mouth on him, said Monkey, a thin man with a luxurious robe who looked like a monkey with squinty eyes. It seems so. Don't be careless, said Lu Tong, an ordinary-looking young man wearing all black. Based on the information, this kid is not simple. The group immediately became serious after hearing this. Lu Tong was the advisor of their mercenary group. Because of his strategic mind, they could strive in the mercenary business and survive many difficult situations. Wang Wei noticed the shift in these people's state after the ordinary young man spoke. You must be the leader. I'm just a humble advisor. Wang Wei observed the dynamic between these 4 people before looking at the only woman in the group. She wore a dress that revealed her shoulder and a little bit of her bosom. She was beautiful by all typical standards, but the most striking aspect of her image was the tattoo on her left shoulder, granting her a wild and enticing aura. I understand. The bald man is the group leader but feels threatened by your intelligence and capability. He wants to kill you but knows the group will not survive long, and the others will leave once they learn the truth. However, this is not the only reason he wants to kill, it's because of her. He loves, well, maybe not love. He considers her his property, but she has feelings for you. Meanwhile, you are aware of all of this, so you intentionally make yourself look ordinary and less impressive to not garner his attention. You love her too, but you dare not show or confess your feelings. Am I right? No one answered him because he was spot on. Even Monkey, the slowest person in the group, caught on to the weird dynamic of this group. The only thing I'm wondering is why you are still in this group. Why not kill the baldy and pursue your happiness? Or, at the very least, run away? Wang Wei had genuine puzzlement as he asked this question. He did not use any ability to find this information but simply deduced things based on these people's body movements, facial expressions, demeanor, and aura. His eyes were bright as he looked at these 5, making them unconsciously shiver. Their Heavenly Halberd squad was famous in the Commerce Hub, known for accomplishing countless missions across hundreds of world communities. However, only a few times have they felt such pressure and fear from one gaze, and the first time it came from a mortal. I figured it out, loyalty, said Wang Wei. The baldy saved your life, so you swore you would follow him no matter what. So, you will abandon your happiness and live every day in fear to keep your word. Wang Wei frowned. Based on your reaction, I was partially wrong. You did swear loyalty to him but not because he saved your life. Tai Zong and Lu Tong knew the reason for their odd relationship. When they were mortal, Lu Tong's poor mother fell sick and needed a lot of money for medicine, money that he did not have. Tai Zong was his neighbor and best brother. One day, the latter went to steal money in the city lord's mansion and lost an arm in the process. With the money, Lu Tong saved his mother and swore to always remember this act in his life. Later, they were both lucky enough to walk on the path of cultivation and even found a way to regrow Tai Zong's arm. These 2 sworn brothers were then fortunate enough to find a secret realm with a Dao seed and become Dao ancestors. Unfortunately, things became complicated with the creation of the Heavenly Halberd mercenary squad and the appearance of Ding Hua. If you think your words can affect our state of mind before this battle, you are gravely mistaken, said Lu Tong, who used all his experience to calm down and appeared unbothered. Wang Wei shrugged his shoulders, not minding in the slightest. If you guys tell me who hired you, I will pay you 10 times their price. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. How generous of you, said Ding Hua with an obvious sneer. No women like their deep secrets being revealed, especially so casually. Not really. I will hunt you down afterward. If you can run away from me, the reward will be yours. If not, I will get my money back. Enough, said Tai Zong, veins appearing in his neck and bald head. I hate cocky brats like you the most, born with a golden spoon in your mouth, flaunting your God-given talent and intellect. If not for your high birth, would you be anything? Would you have achieved your current strength and status? Life is not fair, so you can only blame fate, shrugged Wang Wei. Tai Zong no longer wished to use any more breath on this brat. He held his halberd with 2 hands, gathering his momentum. Wang Wei's lackadaisical attitude suddenly changed to be more serious. He did not underestimate these people as he knew their strengths were similar to his. The Dao Ancestor Realm 5 root system is not a division of realm but a foundation. To describe it with game terminology, it's like 2 game bosses at level 20, one is an ordinary boss, and the other an elite one. The regular boss represents someone with 3 root and the elite with 5 root. Nevertheless, they are still on the same level/realm. Bang! Wang Wei used his hand to block Tai Zong, but the force pushed him a few meters into the void, leaving a white mark on his palm. Panda, NOV, E13 root, 16% Grand Dao source. Each root gives an extra 5% boost in battle strength, so his strength is on par with my 5 root. Although technically weaker, he could make up the gap with his superior law and other tactics. The others should be equal or weaker than him, he analyzed. Mount Heaviness, Tai Zong wielded his halberd downward, borrowing the power of the Grand Dao source. Wang Wei felt an intangible pressure, not from the attack but from the Grand Dao source itself. This is a power that is inherently noble, reigning supreme above all others' forms of power. As such, when he, a mortal, is facing it, he is naturally suppressed, making it harder for him to respond. Luckily, this was not the first time he faced a Dao ancestor, and he trained himself to react to even greater pressure. Crack! The sound of bones crashing echoed in the heavens, followed by a loud groan. However, the sound did not originate from Wang Wei but from Tai Zong. When the attack hit him, he rapidly switched his fate with Tai Zong, transferring the damage to his opponent. And since he did not expect this outcome, he suffered a terrible blow. Lu Tong acted swiftly. He waved his hand to manifest a healing talisman that restored his boss injury. Don't be rash, the information said he most likely cultivated Fate Dao. Meanwhile, Wang Wei was slightly surprised at Lu Tong's talisman Dao. Any profession Dao is extremely difficult to cultivate because of the immense resources required. The result of which is loose cultivators are less likely to become professionals, let alone cultivated it as their primary Grand Dao source. All these thoughts flashed in his mind in less than a second. Then, he rushed toward these people. He would not let them calmly heal themselves. I won't let you, said Ding Hua as she rushed forward with unmatched speed. The Grand Dao source of wind flashed on her body as her speed surpassed infinity. She turned into a gale as she flew around him, attacking all parts of his body with her claws. Her attack could not break his skin, but Wang Wei's reaction speed was slower than hers, rendering him incapable of catching her or responding. Then, she suddenly stopped moving. Ding Hua had a shocked look, wondering what had just happened. Of course, Wang Wei would not tell her he used Order Dao to ban the use of elemental powers in his immediate surroundings. Bang! Wang Wei punched her face intending to explode her head. Unfortunately, a black shield appeared at the right time and blocked most of the force, but not all of it. Ding Hua flew backward dozens of kilometers before crashing on the ground. Wang Wei then looked at the person who intervened, the group's 5th member. He was a muscular man holding a red shield in his hand. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 700. Wang Wei looked at the 5th man. He was the only calm person in this group throughout his monologue. Besides a slight surprise at the beginning, he returned to a stoic and taciturn state. Wang Wei instantly appeared before him and punched him. The power of destruction emanated from his fist, trying to annihilate anything in its path. Crack! Cracks appeared on Gong Fan's Dao artifact, and he felt a terrifying power trying to erase him from the mortal plane. Luckily for him, Lu Tong acted swiftly and used a defensive talisman to boost his already powerful defensive shield. Since Gong Fan cultivated the defense Dao, he survived the attack. Regrettably, Wang Wei seemed to have predicted this outcome as he instantly activated his destiny ability, Purpose Manipulation. He changed the purpose of the talisman from a defensive talisman to one that boosted his attack. In other words, he took Lu Tong's power for himself. Bang! Gong Fan flew from the sky and crashed on the continent. Survived? Thought Wang Wei as he felt the vivid life force of the opponent. His mind rushed as he analyzed the situation. And he soon knew why: an Emperor artifact. Mortal cannot bring the full strength of Emperor artifacts. The best they can do is bring out about 20% of it, unless things like an array and a faction's chi luck are used. And even then, only when immortals control the arrays and luck could the weapon be used to their full capacities. And that's because the essence of mortals and immortals are different. Dao Ancestor can activate 20 to 90% of an Emperor artifact, depending on the user. And with his current strength, Wang Wei can only bring about 60%. However, if he uses more than the 20% limit, the artifact will absorb his lifespan because of his mortal essence. However, these people are Dao ancestors and do not have any issue with using Emperor artifact, thought Wang Wei. His mind worked faster than a quantum computer, so he analyzed the situation at an unimaginable speed. He moved his body slightly to evade Monkey's attack. A Saber Dao cultivator? He thought. Saber Dao has one of the highest offensive capabilities, even more than sword. The saber is a weapon for killing, and all saber wielders know this and treat it as such. Meanwhile, swordsmen often romanticize the sword. Even a powerful swordsman like Wang Tian is guilty of this mindset. Unfortunately, it is not as prosperous as sword Dao. And there are many reasons for that. The main one is there are no philosophies of pursuing pure saber Dao. Most saber wielders will do anything to increase their strength and kill their enemies. However, the few who pursue pureness as swordsmen are 10 times scarier. Use the talisman I gave you, yelled Lu Tong, and the group followed his order. A mysterious power enveloped them, protecting their fate. You guys are well prepared, commented Wang Wei. However, he did not care. His mastery of Fate Dao made these talismans minimal in their protection. At best, they can reduce his attacks and method by a few %. Swish! An arrow came out of nowhere, and his body moved on instinct to dodge. He looked over to see Ding Hua, with a swollen face holding a bow and condensing wind arrows. Fate escape, whenever fate is, Wang Wei can be there. So, he instantly appeared before her. Before anyone could react, he attacked her again. Or so he thought. Bang! A shield blocked his attack, and this time around, she was not even pushed back. Wang Wei looked at Gong Fan. You're annoying, so you'll be the first to die. An enormous version of himself manifested behind him, his Dharma body. He wasn't serious before, muttered Monkey. The battle began less than a few minutes ago, and the opponent had already placed so much pressure on them. And even then, he was not going all out. Formation 12D, suddenly yelled Lu Tong, and everyone acted on instinct, including the healed Tai Zong. A mountain appeared above Gong Fan, followed by numerous talismans and a wing barrier capable of shredding a few great thousand worlds. Meanwhile, Monkey used his most potent saber attack to stall the enemy. Pa N, Dan, 0v1. C0M, useless, commented Wang Wei as his Dharma body punched forward. The punch seemed nothing extraordinary, but Gong Fan's body slowly dissipated immediately afterward. The odd thing was he had no injuries on his body and soul. What just happened? Asked Monkey, unable to hide the fear in his eyes and voice. The law of time, said Lu Tong with gritted teeth. He had a circular rune in one of his eyes as he looked at Wang Wei. He sent his attack a few minutes to the past, killing Gong Fan. Since past Gong Fan is dead, the present one will also die. He can do that? You can actually see through my technique? You're quite the talent, commented Wang Wei. Do you want to join my Dao opening sect? I can give you the status of ancestor and enjoy countless resources. No, thank you. It's all right. Anyway, I don't think you will survive much longer, Wang Wei replied before looking at the monkey-looking man. You're next. Lu Tong, what do I do? Monkey did not think he could survive that attack. Lu Tong bit the tip of his tongue to remain sober as he felt fear and hatred overwhelm his senses. He analyzed the situation, thinking of countermeasures. Keep calm and always be on guard. If your past self can block the attack, you can survive. Although this was the truth, how would the past self know when someone would attack it? Moreover, which past self? 1 minute ago? 5 minutes ago? Or maybe, even years from the past. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. Use your Grand Dao source to disturb the spacetime around you, added Lai Tong. Really a decent talent, thought Wang Wei. Although this tactic would not work on him because of his high mastery of time law, it might work on some other Dao lord or someone with an innate time treasure like Huang Yuan. After all, there is a reason why some Dao are considered outlaws and others are not. Wang Wei took out his proving Dao artifact, which turned into a large sword. The Dharma body held it, and his Dea heart changed to that of a supreme swordsman dedicated to the sword. Fate slashing, Monkey looked horrified as he saw his life flash before his eyes. Luckily, he had millions of years of experience, so he used his saber Grand Dao source to use a defensive technique. Dinghua acted even faster than him as she flew and arrived next to him in an instant. She had never flown with such speed in her life. She held him by the back of his neck and evaded the slash. No living thing can escape its fate, said the Dharma body, and it was right. The attack was not directed at Monkey but at his fate line. As such, a gray line suddenly appeared, connected to him. The slash cut off the line, and Monkey closed his eyes. He's dead, asked Dinghua, confused as she used different means to check the latter's body. Lu Tong trembled as he did not know how to answer her. We're done. That's the only thing on his mind. He should have guessed this outcome when the battle began. The opponent messed up their minds through his words. With such a state, they could not respond normally or use the thousands of tactics and formations they've practiced during their careers. Then, he used the overwhelming superiority of his Dao to bully them. Wang Wei ignored them as he waved his hand to read Monkey's disappearing fate line. So, that's how it is, he muttered, as he finally understood why these people could interfere in another world's heaven will battle and not pay the consequences. Their hirer gave him some weird talisman that can hide from heavenly Dao. But how is that possible? I can understand hiding from heavenly Dao, but true heavenly Dao? What's going on? His eyes landed on Dinghua, making her tremble. Hiya! Screamed Tai Zong. His entire body turned red as if he was a furnace. He rushed toward Wang Wei and slammed his halberd. Bang! Wang Wei crashed into the ground. If he did not control the force of his landing, the entire continent would have been destroyed. What a powerful force, he thought. He only had a scratch on his arm that instantly healed. Burning your Dao? He could tell the Baldy was burning his Dao to increase his strength. This method will result in severe injuries that could prevent him from using his Grand Dao source for millions of years. Or worse, it could affect his origin and make his cultivation realm fall. By then, he would barely have the strength of one leaf. Wang Wei flew into the sky and directly confronted Tai Zong with his fleshly body to temper himself. He did not bully the latter with his fate Dao but relied on his fleshly body and zodiac technique to battle. As such, he was on the losing side for most of the fight, leading to injuries all over his body. Ha ha ha, laughed Wang Wei out loud. I have not fought such a satisfying fight in a while. It's a shame. What is? Asked Tai Zong with a hoarse voice and deep fear hidden in his eyes. He watched as his opponent restricted himself and used this battle as a tempering method. In this short confrontation, he witnessed the latter's defense and strength drastically increase. 71 Primordial Dragon Force, an increase of 1. In this short battle, with the constant injury and healing, his body was sublimated by 1 Primordial Dragon Force. Although it appeared to be a meager increase, he would accept any improvement in his true power Dao. It's coming, replied Wang Wei, not caring about the terrible state of his clothes. What is? True heavenly Dao. The face of the three suddenly changed, but there was nothing they could do. An enormous eye suddenly appeared from the sky, looking at them. Everything around seemed to stop due to the presence of the eye. Is this true heavenly Tao? Although not as magnificent as Grand Tao, it's still scary. Wang Wei can act arrogant before his world's heavenly Tao. But he did not dare in front of this one or Grand Tao. True heavenly Tao looked at the three before three black lightning fell from the sky and annihilated them before they could even react. Then, it disappeared as if it was never here. So, their method could delay its arrival, not completely hide from it, thought Wang Wei. I'm glad true heavenly Tao is still active despite the blockade. This information was very useful to him as he knows there is still some order in the lower dimension. End of volume. Next volume, Fate Dominating Emperor. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 701. Wang Wei was in a trance-like state as he remembered the black lightning that destroyed these three mercenaries. He reviewed the process over and over in his mind, entering a state of enlightenment. After what felt like an eternity, he muttered, "That's how it is." He saw the path of heavenly Tao control and even the levels after that. Unfortunately, I need to become an emperor to reach such a level. Even if he broke the 9-extremity limit and achieved third-class strength, he could not reach the level of control because of the lack of Grand Tao source. However, the moment he entered that realm, he no longer had to spend time creating it. Is this the reward for being an Era son? Wang Wei felt it was too easy to directly see how innately capable heavenly Tao was at controlling laws. It should not be this easy, even with his monster-level comprehension. As such, he guessed this was a gift from true heavenly Tao. I really am a protagonist, he said with a wry smile. He shook his head to look in the distance. He saw Wrath and some other devil watching the battle and the subsequent aftermaths. He did not contact them, he only activated the formation on his clothes to grow back to their original shape. Then, he teleported to the 9-devil god world, leaving this continent. Thank heavens that nothing happened to you, said Li Jun. What can happen to him? Another death or near-death experience. Wang Wei's lips twitched. He did not have a counter, so he changed the subject. Did you report to the sect? PNDN0V1, C, I did, but they haven't arrived yet. They should be here but decided not to show up publicly. As soon as he said these words, Sword 1 appeared behind him as if she was always there. How long have you been here? Long enough to know, she replied, with the stoic mask. Let's return home. No problem, replied Wang Wei before remembering something. Was there a vision showing a heaven-chosen fallen? No. Even before the changes to the Devil Continent, he asked, thinking about all the geniuses who died after the foreign invasion. There was no vision. So, someone did kill Feng Lijuan, commented Li Jun, the little girl from the Divine Tao League? What happened to her? The group explained the situation to Sword 1, and she replied, do you want to use such an excuse to plunder the Divine Tao League? Forget it, they are poor enough that it's not worth it, Wang Wei shook his head. Currently, he wanted nothing but peace and tranquility until the final battle. Plus, I'm sure many people are already on edge with your eternal strength. So, let's not rock the boat. How do you know about my strength? She asked, amused. Well, you've disappeared, and you're now back. It's not hard to guess, replied Wang Wei. Plus, your aura is different, more ethereal and confident. Good observation, as always, she said. All right, let's hurry home. There are things for you to discuss and decide as the sect master. Sword 1 took one step, and the entire group appeared before the entrance portal connected to the lifeless domain. Even with her ability, she cannot directly teleport to the Myriad Emperor world because of Wu Hong's seal. After passing through the gate, she took one more step, and space bent to her will. In an instant, the group arrived outside the Dao opening sect before flying in. Sword 1 sent the others to the Li Clan mountain before taking Wang Wei directly into a secret realm to meet with Origin 1. Then, the two told him about the recent attack on the world and their discovery of the Spirit Genesis sect. "What do you think?" asked Origin 1 in his usual calm tone. "Are there any restrictions on using planar warfare to intervene in another world's heaven will battle? You mean an invasion similar to what the devil race did?" "Yes. There are. Heavenly Tao does not care about other forms of invasions. But when it is close to the heaven will battle, the invaders have to announce their invasion and give the invaded time to prepare. However, all war must stop 500 years before the final battle." "Well, war is a great way to temper genius, so it makes sense," commented Wang Wei. "Was it like that during the Devil era?" "In the early stage. However, by the middle and end, the Devil could break all the rules, and true Heavenly Tao did nothing." Wang Wei nodded, knowing it was probably the Devil primogenitor's doing. So, he focused on this Spirit Genesis sect and said, "We can guess Emperor Jia's paradox can shield his sect's action from true Heavenly Tao. That's the only explanation that makes sense." "What's your plan to deal with them?" asked Sword 1. "Please visit Panda, N0VE1. Right now? Nothing. I only want peace. However, I will send my Fate Shadow Guard into their Heaven Will community's lower realm to gather information." "What about the future?" "The title of strongest sect is a double-edged sword. Yes, it will garner people's envy. But the luck gathered is enough to ensure the sect's prosperity and longevity. So, it must be ours," Wang Wei replied calmly. "Plus, if there is a way to really hide from true Heavenly Tao, I am very interested." "I'm always reassured with how you do things," nodded Origin 1. He did not care about the title of strongest sect. He cared about the sect surviving countless eras and passing on its legacy. And since the title can guarantee this, he will also work to acquire it. "The final battle is approaching," said Sword 1. "Do whatever requires to prepare, use all resources, if necessary. Don't put too much pressure on yourself," added Origin 1. "He's right. With your talent, as long as you survive, you can prove the Tao in the next generation. So, make plans to ensure your survival." "I will." Wang Wei briefly chatted with the two before leaving the secret room. While floating in the air, he stretched his body. "Who should I go see first? My parents or beloved wife?" A struggle appeared on his face for a moment. "Why do I need to choose? I'm basically a god," he muttered with a sneer before instantly creating a clone. One flew to see his mother, while the other went to see his wife. "Mom, I'm back," he yelled after landing on the Wang Clan mountain. "What a miracle. You actually came to see me first," said Yu Yan. "Don't be jealous of your daughter-in-law," he responded as he hugged her. "Where is Dad? Is he still in the state of enlightenment?" "No, he finished not long after you left." "The result?" "He's going to temper his body," she replied with a smile. "That's good. Which method is he using? Or did the ancestor leave with a method?" "No, she suggested he create his own art." "That's a good idea since it would be perfectly suited for his sword path," he commented. "What about you? How is your cultivation?" She raised her hand, and a mass of darkness appeared. She slowly clawed Wang Wei, and he raised his hand to block her attack. "4-leaf. You've succeeded with the 8 heterogeneity foundation. Why do you sound surprised?" Wang Wei smiled in embarrassment. He always knew his mother was extremely intelligent, probably capable of passing the Tao Overlord trial if she could detect some clues beforehand. However, regarding her cultivation talent, he always evaluated her as slightly worse than Li Jun before the Chaos Chi baptism. However, it seems he was wrong. "Anyway, how are your preparations for the plan?" he asked, changing the subject. Yu Yan gave him a look before answering. "I can now be considered a sage-level scholar. So, there should be no problem." Wang Wei hesitated for a moment before telling her about his apprehension or worry regarding using a side door method of proving the Tao. "It's fine to only become a pseudo-eternal," she replied calmly. "Didn't you say the Dusk Emperor became a boundless paragon without becoming an eternal?" Find how she did it, and I will attempt it in the future. That's a good idea, said Wang Wei. He wanted his family to become Eternals not because of strength but mainly for their survivability. He wanted them to have extra layers of protection in this cruel world, especially since he seemed to attract trouble left and right. The final battle is approaching. Are you mentally prepared? I am. Don't put too much pressure on yourself, said Yu Yan with a worried look. One of the things she always felt she failed as a mother was the pressure she placed on her son ever since he was young. Unfortunately, as the Wang clan heir and the only hope of the Dao opening sect for a long time, this was unavoidable. Make sure you have ways to survive. Surviving means you have hope. I will. You have always been reliable, she said as she caressed his face. Maybe a little too reliable. Wang Wei only smiled. Your grandfather sent a message his seclusion will end soon. He can impart some wisdom about his experience. That's more good news. Fate transcending mountain, wife, I am back. Did you miss me? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 702, Good. You're not dead. Why does everyone keep saying that, said Wang Wei. Even his mother stated he was glad he was not dead during their brief conversation. Well, every time you leave the sect, you either end up exiled, missing limbs, or dead, Wu Hong casually replied. It's beginning to become a pattern. Aren't I fine now? He replied as he embraced her. Are you happy that you did the bare minimum of surviving? No, I'm showing you I've grown and can barely protect myself. At least you know your limitations, added Wu Hong. So, what happened? Wang Wei explained to her in detail what happened during the cleanup. By the way, do you know the devil primogenitor? Never met him, but you can say we have a special fate. After hearing what happened, new memories appeared in her mind. In the other timeline, the primogenitor was not defeated by an alliance of all the influential factions of the upper dimension. After that battle, he escaped with severe injuries. After her ascension, he blamed her for her failure and created a lot of trouble for her. Luckily, people like Maitreya and the Sword Empress protected her. And when she reached the peak of a boundless paragon, she slaughtered the injured devil primogenitor. That fight was one of the most difficult of her life, not because of the opponent's strength, but because of a magical artifact he had it in his hands. In this timeline, future her not only wanted to remove the entanglement between Wang Wei and Su Junyao or make his path smoother, she also wanted to fix one of her biggest regrets. Meng Xiaohui, thought Su Shi. While the devil race forces hunted her in the upper dimension, she met a young girl who ran away because her family wanted to sell her to a rich young master in the city. You said your name is Meng Xiaohui? Yes. What a beautiful name. Thank you. You said your village sold you? Yes. They keep saying it's the blessing of my ancestors to be desired by the young Master Lin. Damn then. I've seen the fate of the women favored by that stupid young master, said Meng Xiaohui with her young voice. You remind me of a young me. Really? Does that mean I can one day be as powerful and beautiful as you? Probably not, since between heaven and earth, I'm unique. But you can try. Wu Hong's eyes moistened a little as the memories flooded in. Master, can I be your apprentice? No. Why not? I will only bring you trouble. I should never have stayed here for so long. Master, when are you going to teach me cultivation? I'm not your master. No, master. So, when? Master, I've succeeded in practicing the sealing technique. Indeed. Congratulations, said Wu Hong with a smile. She had not smiled in a long time. But recently, she found herself doing it more and more often. Unfortunately, it took me so long. The sealing Dao does not suit you. Even the origin path system is not perfectly suited for you. But master, I want to be like you. You should walk your own path. If you focus too much on being like me, you'll only become a copy and have no chance of ever surpassing me. I understand. We will go to the heavenly temple of record to find the cultivation system perfectly suited for you. We need to be quick and discreet and not be discovered. It seems you're talented with the spear. Your great master, will get you the best spear Tao Emperor scripture and refine the best spear for you. Master, I'm sorry I disappointed you. You don't need to feel sorry. Comprehending a silver of existence and walking the path of 9 extremity is not something anyone can achieve. But you did it. I didn't. I used an alternative method. Wu Hong's eyes became bright. A method that could work for you. Wait for me, and make sure to hide and not leave the cave. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. Ma year later. PNDN0V1, this is for you. Master, what is it? There is this genius in the devil race territory with a 2-root 9 extremity foundation. I took his Tao foundation and power. I will help you observe. Why are you crying? Master, thank you, said Meng Xiaowei, who could see the slight pale complexion of her master. Although she tried to hide it, she could tell. Silly little girl, I am your master, am I not? Master, my heaven will battle is coming. Any advice? Always be calm to respond to any situation. Be ruthless and use everything you've learned during your cultivation journey. Meng Xiaowei nodded like a little girl listening to her mother nagging. Although she had lived for a long time, she would always be the little girl running away from him in front of her master. Then, she hesitated to say something. What is it? You know you can always talk to me, said Wu Hong. Master, couldn't you just get a heaven will for me? With your strength, you could get your hands on one by negotiating with one of the clans or sections. If not, take it from the devil race territory. Why do we have to go to the Emperor Path Arena? The Emperor Path Arena is mainly used by loose cultivators or people with no background to compete for a chance to prove the Tao, similar to the mortals from the lower dimension. Every 50 million years, 12,000 heaven wills appear in different territories and are usually snatched by powerful factions or cultivators. However, there are 100 Emperor Path arenas where people can compete. With her master's ability, getting her hands on one of them is not a problem. You have the wrong misconception, explained Wu Hong patiently. The geniuses from these factions will never directly use a heaven will to prove the Tao. They will gather on Arena 12 and battle out to the death. Can you guess why? To create more powerful emperors. Exactly. The winner will prove he is the absolute best in his generation, sublimating his state of mind before absorbing the heaven will. The defeated will have their Tao path cut off forever, and the survivors are also brilliant heaven chosens. They can return to their faction and absorb the heaven will. I understand, replied Meng Xiaohui with determination in her eyes. You don't have to fight in Arena 12, but you will fight in the second strongest, Arena 6. Be prepared. Master, I'm now an emperor. I have escaped the shackle of death with a lifespan above heaven and earth. Why are you screaming? You're now a dignified great emperor, act like it. Meng Xiaohui stuck her tongue out, acting all cute. Wu Hong shook her head, we need to run before the devil race finds us. Wu Hong had tears in her eyes, staring into the distance. Are you all right? Hurriedly asked Wang Wei, extremely worried. The only time he saw his wife cry was during their wedding, which was out of happiness. However, he never saw her so sad during their entire time together. Wu Hong did not answer her as she was lost in her memories. She was bleeding on the floor with a spear stabbed in her chest. She slowly removed it from her body while thinking about how she had suffered numerous injuries in her life, was once brutally tortured before escaping, and survived 3 simultaneous tests of the flesh tribulation. However, nothing could compare to the pain of that spear. Wu Hong looked at her disciple not far away. Huier, why? No response. All she saw was a cold and indifferent stare, devoid of any emotions or remorse. No, she would not do that, groaned Wu Hong, trying hard to fight her fading consciousness. Unless, Mo Yuan, you bastard, come out. The space broke, and the devil primogenitor appeared, but he frowned. Dao heart is still intact? Is this your doing? You controlled her? Control? You underestimate me, he said with a sneer. I created her in the first place. I went to extreme lengths to hide the secrets of heaven and borrow the power of fate to make it seem as if your meeting was normal and nothing out of the ordinary. As a paragon, even an injured one, it was a great shame he had to go to such lengths to kill a little emperor, even an extremely talented one. However, he knew his destiny was intertwined with hers, and she was blessed by luck. Adding her intelligence and cunningness, he had no choice but to be extra prudent. You. Wu Hong's anger made her spew even more blood. She gazed at her disciple and watched as she slowly dissipated between heaven and earth, forever erased from this world. Enough wasting time. Die. Unfortunately, before he could succeed, an enormous golden palm followed by a brilliant sword slash came from the distance heading toward him with unimaginable power. Damn it, it's those two again. I did everything correctly, so how did they discover me? Can't I escape my fate? Before disappearing, he looked at Wu Hong with hatred, despair, and unwillingness. Little Wu Hong, the world is a sea of bitterness, full of sorrow, pain, and suffering. But don't let it close your heart, said a young but ordinary female monk before leaving the room, giving her space to process this experience. Wu Hong wiped the tears from her eyes. Are you all right? Wang Wei asked again. I am, I just remembered something painful. Do you want to talk about it? Another time, she replied, going deeper into his embrace. She looked in the distance in a daze. Luckily, you don't have to experience that pain. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 703, Eternal Ascension World. There is a humongous continent hundreds of times larger than the entire lower dimension in the east. It is known as Origin Seal Continent. Numerous lives survived and thrived on that continent, from mortals to demons to emperors. There are too many different races. The Origin Seal Continent is famous throughout the Eternal Ascension world because it is one of the few places not controlled by the 2 suns and 7 moons where Tier 12 powerhouses exist, albeit only from the Tao and Immortal Path. And that is because the ruler of the continent, Empress Wu, sheltered all sentient beings. In a special place in the Origin Seal Continent, Wu Hong looked at a beautiful woman with a pale complexion but extremely sharp eyes. How are you doing? I'll survive, said the Sword Empress, exhaling deeply. You should have come to me sooner. My hiding place was perfect. I didn't expect that bastard to find me, said the Sword Empress with gritted teeth. Thinking about how she had to run away from that bastard, a terrifying killing emanated from her body. It was so intense that the surrounding time and space froze. I want to kill him. Calm down and don't do anything rash, persuaded Wu Hong. She knew if her friend used some extreme means, she might be able to kill Time Eater. However, the result would be her death and entering limbo. And even then, reviving would become 100 times more difficult. Something is wrong with him, said Sword Empress. Back then, although he was annoying, his personality was not that of a coward. Indeed, he should have participated in the ultimate taboo, nodded Wu Hong. From what they know about Time Eater, he would have taken the risk to participate. Even though his cultivation did not reach the peak, it was closed enough for him to gamble. Instead, he secretly plotted against the world and established the current situation. Didn't he likes to travel through the infinite trichiliocosm? Maybe he found something in another timeline? That's the most likely scenario, nodded Sword Empress. How are your injuries? Pa-Nd, a no VE1, I've solved the other issues, but the root of the problem still requires some time. How about you? My situation is worse, she shook her head. She cannot rely on the Tao opening sex luck to accelerate the progress, nor use a similar method as Wu Hong and gather incense from all sentient beings because of Time Eater. Furthermore, she has to gather resources for the other 8 to prepare for their resurrection. So, her situation was not the best. However, recently, the luck of the sect in the lower dimension drastically increased, so her situation was much better. What is the situation with Maitreya? Her old friend had been acting shady in the past few years. However, Sword Empress did not entirely blame her since she protected all the people in Limbo from supreme unity. Probably some restrictions with the method she received, said Wu Hong with a hint of annoyance. Luckily, her recent situation has improved. At least we know she was not completely gone, she replied with a deep sigh. It's a shame that we can only wait, given the current situation. The 8 parasites entirely control the world's resources, luck, and destiny. And with supreme unity's strength, the situation worsened for people from the old era. They could not even escape the eternal ascension world to recuperate somewhere else. You can rest here to recuperate, said Wu Hong. He won't dare come here to search for you. After chatting with her friend for a while, she left the secret realm, back to her territory. Wu Hong floated above the sky, overlooking this continent. Compared to anywhere else in the eternal ascension world, this place was beautiful, prospering, and full of life. But she did not like it. The 9 parasites made rules not allowing any Tier 12 of the Emperor path to appear. She did not care about these cockroaches but could not do anything about supreme unity. Back then, the latter was probably not her match. But now, Wu Hong knew he could destroy her with one finger. She felt a little frustrated. Detachment, she thought before teleporting away. She had not walked around the eternal ascension world in quite some time, so she decided to change that. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. Ko and Wu Hong walked around mountains, rivers, forests, great cities, and powerful empires. She experienced different civilizations. One day, while walking near a river called Red String River. There are folk tales in the surrounding domains that this river is a place that can bring fated people together. Wu Hong walked to the river, removed her shoes, and walked on the river's edge. Recently, she had the urge to walk barefoot, like in her younger years. She was baffled by this sudden urge since she thought she had outgrown that phase of her life. Regardless, her sudden desire was not that significant. After walking around for a few minutes, she left the river and placed her shoes back on. Of course, they instantly dried the moment she left the water. Wu Hong walked away, and no one detected her presence, not a single person of the thousands of people bathing in that river, hoping to find love. After walking for a few minutes, she stopped with an unpleasant look, maybe even disgusted. What do you want? She asked to the sky, and 3 people suddenly appeared a distance from her, Time Eater, 5-Feather Phoenix, and Earth Emperor. Empress, the world needs your help, said Earth Emperor, with a soft voice. However, Wu Hong looked at him with deadpan eyes and no reaction. She did not say a single word to continue the conversation. This is an emergency, and we need your help. Wu Hong gazed at him for a moment and ignored him. She already predicted he was a pawn in the chess game the human emperor has been calculating for who knows how long. So, this man would not have a good ending. She looked at Time Eater and said coldly, "Why are you disturbing me? I thought you people agreed to leave me alone. The situation has changed." The all-seeing temple released a new divination that caused turmoil throughout primordial chaos. Countless people have been attacking our world and testing our foundation. So, what does it have to do with me? As long as you agree to sign a peace treaty with us, we will use all the world's resources to heal your injury. With your strength, you can scare most of these people and buy us more time and peace, added Time Eater. Not interesting. Now, get out of my way. Your presence ruined the good day I was having, said Wu Hong nonchalantly. Woman, be grateful and watch your tongue, said 5-Feathers with a sneer. No matter how brilliant you once were, you are currently just a little Empyrean. Wu Hong looked at 5-Feathers, and her heart involuntarily skipped a beat. For a brief moment, she experienced an emotion she had not felt in a very long time, fear. Wu Hong looked into the void before looking at Time Eater. You should know even if all 8 of you attacked me, I can still slaughter half of you in my current state before dying. And I promise you will be one of the 4. Do you want to try? Time Eater's eyes secretly twitched as he knew she was telling the truth. The woman before him was not only a boundless paragon but an inextinguishable one as well. Even though her existence was severely injured, thus drastically reducing her strength, her fleshly body still retains the defensive capabilities and stamina of an inextinguishable paragon. And if by chance she possessed some extreme method to briefly return to her peak strength, then none of them would survive in her hands, including him. My plan is close to finish. And once I'm done, I can become a peak boundless paragon and maybe even touch the realm beyond. He is currently a regular paragon with 97% time Grand Dao source. But once he accomplished his plan, he would reach a height he could only dream of in the past. I need more time. Time Eater knew that not only was time not in his favor, but even fate was against him. The 2 suns and 7 moon era showed signs of collapsing. He secretly looked at 5 feathers and Earth Emperor and could see a faint sign of chi of calamity. And it was the horrifying kind not easily detected or removed by even boundless paragons. Can't you be a little bit more flexible? The world is at stake. You people made this world in this state, so deal with the consequences of your action, replied Wu Hong before teleporting away, ignoring these people. As she continued her journey, her eyes saw the river of fate. Their era is ending, and the people in limbo will soon return. Maybe they can delay the process, but the end is inevitable. However, this is not what is most important, thought Wu Hong. I can feel it, another chance for detachment is coming. Her eyes brightened. This chance might be better and safer than the ultimate taboo. I need to prepare. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Disappearance. Wang Wei opened his eyes, looking at his wife snuggling in his arm. Last night, she was vulnerable, so they held each other tightly while sleeping. Although they did not speak, it was enough to have each other's comfort and warmth. How are you feeling? Much better, replied Wu Hong with a smile, making Wang Wei dazed. Her pure white sleeping gown and brilliant smile granted her a more pure, ethereal, and soft aura he had never experienced before. And it was enchanting. You're beautiful, he said, kissing her forehead. Aren't I always beautiful? Yes, but today, you're radiant. Thank you, and you're not so bad yourself, replied Wu Hong, lightly tapping his face. Not bad? You should know anywhere I go, I can eat soft rice with this face. And, eating soft rice is a Chinese saying when a man uses his handsomeness to rely on his wife for financial stability or other forms of power or authority. And I can easily get a sugar daddy with a snap of my finger. What are you getting at? She replied, making Wang Wei's mouth twitch. Fine, you win. That's right. You're my boy toy, don't forget your status. Yes, my queen. You catch on very quick. Very well, said Wu Hong. I will give you a present. Really? Wu Hong nodded before a white worm-like creature with gray stripes appeared in her palm. What is it? Asked Wang Wei after rapidly checking his memory and not finding the relevant information. A fate goo from the goo worm world, said Wu Hong. I sent a clone to use their system to cultivate it using the river of fate. Wang Wei took it as he sensed the power of fate emanating from this tiny creature, and he was astonished by how much power it contained. I prepared this for you during Gu Xian's trial in case you hit the 4 root level and could not achieve 5 root. A way to achieve fate baptism through the fate goo. But now, it's not that useful. Not necessarily. Wang Wei could tell after refining this goo, and with his fate palace baptism, his strength will increase from a Dao ancestor who controlled 4.99% to 4.999%, maybe even more. The 0.009% might not make a difference to the 5% of the Great Emperor realm. But when encountering someone else with 5 root strength, the difference will be between heaven and earth. Thank you, he said, kissing her on the cheek. This small goo is a perfect manifestation of his powerful luck and destiny. If he did not have the idea of using the Fate Palace to complete the 9-extremity foundation, the Fate Goo would become the perfect boost he needed to succeed. We are husband and wife, there is no need for words of gratitude. Sometimes I feel I don't deserve you, said Wang Wei with a sigh. I sometimes feel the same way about you, she replied. Let's not get too sappy and emotional. I have a feeling you wanted to ask me something yesterday. Oh, right. It almost slipped my mind. Do you know an Emperor Jia, P&D-N-O-1? Who? Emperor Jia from the Spirit Genesis sect, replied Wang Wei before explaining everything that occurred yesterday in the trial, including the Spirit Genesis sect from the Battle Spirit sect. Wu Hong frowned after hearing him. I understand how he could influence the record of every heavenly Tao in the lower dimension. But to even affect true heavenly Tao? That should not be possible, even on the tiniest scale. Really? Most heaven world's heavenly Tao is on par with third or second-class emperors. However, true heavenly Tao's power equals half-step detachment. So, how could it easily be influenced? Wu Hong knew paragons ruled the world and did as they pleased, but only because true heavenly Tao was cruel and indifferent. It does not care whether paragons slaughter all life in the world or rule over them with an iron fist. Besides reinforcing specific rules, everything else did not matter. After all, none of them were capable of destroying the entire eternal ascension world. It did not even care about the current situation of 7 moons and 2 suns. The only reason it helped Wang Wei by sealing the lower dimension is due to supreme unity. Wang Wei's actions could lead to the latter's downfall, allowing heavenly Tao to regain its freedom and power so it can continue doing its job. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. If Wang Wei were in danger of dying, it would not save him. It would try to find another person to replace him. If you told me a paragon did this, I would still be suspicious, let alone a great emperor, said Wu Hong. So, you don't know this Emperor Jia? Asked Wang Wei with a frown. No. I've met the boundless paragon from the Spirit Genesis sect. He had top strength, albeit not peak like myself and some of your ancestors. As for this Emperor Jia, never heard of him. There are a few possibilities for this, Wang Wei thought out loud. Emperor Jia immediately entered primordial chaos after ascending. If you consider the possibility he is a reincarnated paragon like the human emperor, this choice made sense. The other is he is staying in the lower dimension, plotting something, added Wu Hong. And whatever it is, it should be major. There are many other possible explanations for the latter's disappearance, such as mysteriously dying and entering limbo or accident being sealed in a dangerous place in the lower or upper dimension. However, these 2 possibilities are the most likely they can deduce based on the given information. According to the Star Lord Mountain information, Emperor Jia proved the Tao roughly during the incense era, so before your time, continued Wang Wei. This means he should have become a paragon by the time of the second origin battle or the ultimate battle. Yet, you don't know him. Either he hid and did not participate, or he did it secretly, added Wu Hong. Either option indicates he is suspicious. Indeed. And if he's been hiding in the endless void for so long, I don't know how much strength he has. With the time constraint, his Grand Tao source percentage should not be high. Regarding cultivation time in the immortal stages, the incense era was not that long ago. However, you could never view such a genius with a normal lens. So, you can't underestimate him. Wang Wei nodded. If he is still in the lower dimension, he and the Spirit Genesis sect might be a threat on par with the corpse-selling sect, maybe even worse. After all, he might be dealing with a reincarnated paragon. Well, good luck, said Wu Hong with a sinister smile that displayed she was enjoying his misfortune. Are you making fun of me? Today, I will show you who is the man in this relationship. He put the Fate Gu away before going in for a yin-yang harmony battle. He was confident. Wang Wei walked out of his mansion, hunching over and one hand on his waist. He ignored the weird look the maids gave him as he slowly walked out. That woman broke my waist. All his life, he has always been proud of his fleshly body. After all, except one person, no one in his generation could compare with him. But even that person, he would one day surpass. However, today, his wife broke his pride by breaking his waist. His mighty fleshly body succumbed to the terror of that woman. How vindictive, he complained as he felt the D realm inside his waist that was preventing him from healing. No matter what he tried, he could not remove it. That's what I get for being too cocky. Wang Wei grunted before exploding his body and instantly recondensing it. There was no hesitation in his action. Much better, he muttered as he straightened his waist. He moved around as he felt his body was lighter. However, he swore he could still feel the pain. Psychological trauma? He was speechless. After walking out of the mansion, Wu Hong was already waiting for him. How are you feeling? I am not talking to you, said Wang Wei. For the next year, I will give you the silence treatment. It's not my fault you wanted to court death, she shrugged. You know how fragile my ego is, you could have gone easier on me. Humph. Anyway, I'm not talking to you. We are about to go see mother-in-law, she reminded. Fine, I won't talk to you after we meet her. Wu Hong laughed as they flew to meet Yu Yan. She did not believe he could last this long. Wang Wei felt taunted, so he reaffirmed his result. No matter what, he would last a year. No, at least 6 months. Maybe 3. Yes. 3 months it is, he thought. He had breakfast with his mother and chatted until the afternoon before heading to Tianwei Peak to deal with sect master affairs. As soon as he arrived, the elders handed him a bunch of documents and talismans to review and make decisions. He looked into their eyes and could tell they would not let him leave until he dealt with all these issues. The Great Purge. Wang Wei resisted the urge to yell and ask whether these elders were revolting against the sect. How dare they treat the sect master in this way? However, he remembered how irresponsible he was about this position, so he shut his mouth. To be fair, it's not my fault. He has to cultivate and prepare for the heaven-will battle. So, he could not be like his father and spend more time reviewing the sect affairs. Anyways, everything was fine as long as he steered everyone in the right direction and took care of the major decisions. Wang Wei sighed out loud before reviewing all this paperwork. He suddenly remembered his past life as a young deputy manager. He spent almost every day buried in the smell of paper and ink. Luckily, I'm now a cultivator. He used his divine sense to review everything rapidly. He wanted to finish everything as soon as possible. The first issue is the demon race in the north, thought Wang Wei. The alliance proceeded smoothly. The sect helped revitalize the north by sharing qi gathering array with them and fixing the origin source veins underneath the continent. In less than 1,000,000 years, the spiritual qi of the north should return to a standard level and drastically increase their resources. Although it will still be the lowest of the 5 continents, it will be better than the sea islands between the continents where low-level loose cultivators thrived. It will no longer be as barren as it was in the past. The sect helped the demons plant more spiritual herbs and prevented other factions from ravaging these newly planted medicinal gardens. Lastly, the Dao opening sect shared allowed the demon race to enter the professional industry through their channels. Albeit, only the low-level markets. Wang Wei suggested the sect achieve this step through low-level demonic beasts. After creating the concept of demon school, the number of low-level demonic beasts exponentially increased, resulting in a booming in the low-level market of professions. Low-tier talisman makers need to use papers to make talismans instead of spiritual jade. However, uniquely processed papers must be used, and they can be expensive. Luckily, there is an alternative and cheaper option, the skin of demonic beasts. Since demonic beasts absorb spiritual qi into their bodies, some of it remains after their death, making them perfect for talisman making. And it's not just their skin, their blood is also great to use to create special ink engraved runes on talismans. Demonic beasts' bones and muscles are excellent materials for making low-tier origin artifacts. Before Tier 4 and becoming true demon races, they have bloodline cores inside their bodies that are great ingredients for pills, along with their blood, bones, and flesh. Lastly, their bloodline core, bones, and organs are also material for low-level array discs, which are portable arrays used by array masters in the early stages of their cultivation to have some fighting powers. Not to mention beast taming. Because of the early widespread use of constructs for traveling, the beast taming industry took a significant hit since people no longer needed demonic beasts to travel. Many factions whose primary source of income came from this industry suffered. However, with the new demands for low-level demonic beasts, they began to thrive again. With all these benefits, the profession industries have boomed, and the Dao opening sect benefited immensely since they were the creator of the demon school concept. And now, they invited the demon race to take part. At first, they hesitated since the demon race might be repulsed at the idea of using demonic beasts in such a way. However, they quickly agreed after seeing all the benefits. After all, the demon race did not consider demonic beasts the same race as them. Only after the latter reached Tier 4 and could change into human shape would they be considered a low bloodline demon race and barely accepted. Before that, they are nothing but animals with little intelligence. Wang Wei reviewed the information on the north. There was nothing much for him to pay attention to besides some other factions secretly trying to prevent the rise of the demon race. Some were even allies. He ordered the sect to keep watch on these people. And if they catch some people, make them pay a heavy fine or suffer the consequence. Wang Wei nodded in satisfaction with this issue. Although the sect has invested a lot of resources in the north with little to no return, the future benefits are incalculable. The next major issue was the spread of different branches in the lower realm. There was nothing of significance except for the news they might have found a world with a branch of the Emperor Enlightened Academy. The sect worried they were doing the same as them, spreading their tentacles into the lower realm. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. And the Academy's Chi luck stabilized and recuperated faster than I anticipated after that incident. This could explain why, thought Wang Wei. The sect was already searching for other worlds where the Academy might exist, so he did not need to do much except increase the manpower required for the search. Someone recommended they destroy that branch, but he vetoed this suggestion. Sooner or later, the other factions will follow the sect's footsteps and spread in the lower realm. They only need to use the head start to establish an overwhelming advantage over everyone else. The third main issue involved the devil cultivators in the Western continent. Low-level devil cultivators have become more potent because of the demonic beast. They can raise these beasts through the school system before slaughtering and absorbing their flesh, blood, and soul. I guess this is better than them killing humans, thought Wang Wei. However, these devil cultivators are a restless bunch. Who knows what they will do after their overall strength increases? Wang Wei frowned. According to historical records, these devil cultivators always become restless around the cleanup because of the devil race. It is an opportunity for them to kill without restraint, morality, or judgment. It's the perfect time to increase their strength. The Great Purge, thought Wang Wei with a frown. When a world is overpopulated, Heavenly Dao will lower Qi of Calamity, driving most of the habitants crazy and causing chaos that leads to mass killing. This process is also called the Great Calamity of Heaven and Earth, and it has happened twice in the Myriad Emperor world, in the Null Era and the Middle Emperor Era. However, the one in the Middle Emperor was different. To be specific, well-controlled and not as random. A secret realm appeared in the Western continent full of blood, flesh, soul, and other resources that can forcibly raise the cultivation realm of cultivators. After the secret realms suddenly appeared, the strength of the devil cultivators drastically increased. But they became a little too powerful as they allied together and forced the D clan to close their family mountain and enter a defensive position. Then, Heavenly Dao intervened. At that time, the world's population reached critical mass and needed cleansing. Heavenly Dao lowered Qi of Calamity, forcing a great purge directed toward the devil cultivators. Numerous sects, clans, religions, and other factions began slaughtering the devil cultivators, turning the Western continent's soil red. The devil cultivators even turned on each other because of competition for the secret realm. Of course, countless sect cultivators died in that melee, thus reducing the population. Could a new purge be on the horizon? I remember the demon race was also severely impacted. The human race was the protagonist of this world, so Heavenly Tao decided to use the purge to eliminate the cancer of the race, devil cultivators, and their greatest enemy, the demon race. The devil cultivators and the demon race are prospering. All these could be a sign of another purge, thought Wang Wei, pondering what to do next if it was true. The core of the issue is the lack of resources. But if I revert the environment to innate period, most of this problem can be solved. However, in the future, another critical mass will lead to another purge, panda, NOV-E1. The situation is not that easy to solve. The laws of heaven and earth are already balanced. Cultivators absorb spiritual qi to increase their vitality, and when they die, their flesh decomposes and returns some energy back to heaven and earth. Even if he keeps increasing the resources available to the myriad emperor world, there will still be a limit. Once that limit is reached and overpopulation occurs, the Great Purge is the only answer. So, there is nothing much Wang Wei can do. No, there is. He thought. The bodies of void-shattering realm cultivators and above do not quickly decay. It's not impossible for a saint's body to last a few million years and remain relatively intact because of the baptism of the law. As a result, many weak factions will turn these bodies into weapons or puppets as the foundation for their sect. I can change the world's order and make these law bodies decompose faster and return their strength to heaven and earth. Wang Wei smiled since this was another way to get some merit. Then, he continued with the sect affairs. As for the devil cultivators and possible purge, it should not happen so close to the heaven-will battle. So, he only needs to keep an eye out for them and their actions. And if it did, he would try to direct it toward the devil race and the sea race. These people have been too peaceful and never suffered. Their population alone might be the largest, even bigger than humans. Sect affairs. The subsequent sect affairs Wang Wei had to deal with was regarding the sea. The Tao Opening sect has begun to openly compete for resources in the sea, along with many other factions who copied them. However, two people were unhappy with this change, the sea race, since they did not want anyone near their territory. Secondly, it's the loose cultivators. Under the sea used to be a place where the major sects and clans did not have much control or reach. It was a place for high-level loose cultivators to compete and gather resources. However, the Tao Opening sect's paw now reached the sea, encroaching on their territories. The Loose Cultivator Alliance even sent them a letter condemning their actions and trying to talk them out of doing this. Wang Wei even guessed they were trying to force an alliance with the sea race to block other factions from setting foot under the sea. The sea is a place full of resources. Although most of it is water and yin attributes, it's still a place deserving of attention, thought Wang Wei before ordering the sect to concentrate their efforts on developing the sea. He even set up a team of immortals to travel deep under the sea to see if there were any unknown secrets. I need to know if there are more things related to the old ones underneath the sea. Wang Wei remembered Yi Liancheng since the latter was one of the most bizarre encounters he had in his cultivation journey. I should probably send an insurgent. Maybe even ask Sword One to supervise the situation. But it's too dangerous. She's the sect's foundation, so nothing can happen to her. Although Sword One now has eternal emperor strength, the undersea exploration might involve Cthulhu and the old gods. Although Wang Wei did not know exactly how powerful that creature was, something told him even paragons could not deal with it. Of course, there is also the possibility it is a taboo, not for its strength but for something completely different similar to science and technology. Wang Wei waved his hand, and a few seconds later, a projection appeared before him. He isolated the sound to prevent the elders from listening. I thought you weren't talking to me for a year? I will, but only after this time. I believe you, said Wu Hong casually. What is it this time? I forgot to ask you whether you know about one of the taboos, Cthulhu. The old gods? Yes. Wang Wei explained in detail what happened to him with Yi Liancheng. Yesterday, he focused more on the devil race and the invaders from foreign world communities. You really are a magnet for trouble, commented Wu Hong before frowning. She dug into her memories. She only knew about the old gods because Wang Wei told him about some myths and legends from Earth. As for the taboo, she only had one encounter. I've once met a fiend god with a similar aura as Yi Liancheng, most likely another follower, uttered Wu Hong. I fought with him, but he was unkillable. So, I had to seal it. Besides that, I have no other knowledge about this particular taboo. Despite her strength and experience, she did not know about all 13 taboos. After all, the chaos universe is vast beyond comprehension. Although paragons and fiend gods are considered the rulers of heaven and earth, that's only on the surface. There are simply too many mysteries, unknown, and forbidden things in the universe. Wang Wei nodded in agreement. He did not think because he could kill Yi Liancheng meant he could do the same for all followers of the old god. Most likely, the higher their cultivation, the scarier and more dangerous they are. All right, thank you. And starting now, I will stop speaking to you. Sure you are. Wang Wei ended the communication as he thought about how to deal with this sea exploration. He frowned for a few minutes before suddenly remembering the mercenary squad he had met. Right. I just need to pay some loose cultivator mercenary squad to supervise this meeting. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. Although insurgent loose cultivators were rare, they still existed. Some are willing to take any risks after asking for an exorbitant price. Nevertheless, no matter how much they asked for, it was nothing compared to a sect that existed for billions of years and accumulated generational wealth. Panda, N0V1. Wang Wei found this solution satisfying, so he signed an order for someone to execute it. Then, he continued his review. He took a document discussing the sect's alliance with Origin Pil Dao's sect. Long ago, after infiltrating the sect, he told Lu Qing he could ally with the sect. Although it took some time, the alliance became true, but both sides agreed to keep it on the down low. The Dao opening sect did not want other factions to know their political influence had exponentially increased with the alliance. Meanwhile, sect master Yi Lao wished to use the sect's power to fight against Fu Kaiyun, and he succeeded as Lu Qing became the next sect master and seemed to have complete control, sidelining Fu Kaiyun. Lu Qing, huh? Thought Wang Wei with squinting eyes. This person has always been an unknown variable because of his relationship with the Flame Emperor. So, Wang Wei has his fate's shadow guard closely watching him. Nevertheless, since Lu Qing received the Flame Emperor's inheritance. Despite having a reputation even better than Fu Kaiyun and Yan Liling due to his sudden talent increase, he rarely showed himself outside of the sect, focusing on pill refining. If not for the few occasions he appeared to fight political battles with Fu Kaiyun in the early stages of his ascension to the position of sect master, Lu Cheng's presence in the world would have been even more transparent. I know some of the chess pieces and move of everyone in the game, thought Wang Wei, thinking about the 7 moons, Maitreya, and many people in limbo, including the human emperor. However, I'm clueless about the Flame Emperor. Does he want to deal with the 7 moons, or is he planning something else? So far, he only knows Lu Qing is the Flame Emperor's chess piece, but he does not know what he wants to do. So far, Lu Qing has shown no sign of wanting to participate in the final battle. Does that mean the Flame Emperor does not need a great emperor, or he has an alternative method of proving the Tao? Wang Wei pondered for a few minutes before moving on. If Flame Emperor has another goal, he cannot think of anything now. However, if the latter has an alternate method for proving the Tao, it must be related to pill refining. So, he engraved some of his ideas and guesses before sending them to Wang Ju and the Fate's Shadow Guard headquarters. Wang Wei picked another issue to supervise. It was also about another alliance but from the Origin Rune Palace. What is Wu Ming doing? He met Wu Ming during the Spirit Road trial when the latter found the inheritance of his ancestor, a talented array master in the ancient emperor era. However, despite the fact his ancestors had immense hatred for the Origin Rune Palace, Wu Ming joined them and even became their palace master. And now, he was asking for an alliance. I can't believe the weak and thin boy I met before is now the ruler of an ancient emperor lineage. This guy is not simple. Wang Wei applauded him simply because no one in the palace discovered his connection to his ancestor. Of course, there is the possibility Emperor Haiyuan removed all evidence of Wu Ming's ancestor, so the Origin Rune Palace had no hatred for him in the first place. After all, what he did was too shameful. With his status, he would not want anyone to know, especially not his legacy. Although I can roughly guess his intention, let's wait and see. Wang Wei agreed to a primary secret alliance and see how things develop from now on. He also tasked his spies in the Origin Rune Palace to keep their eyes on him and send him more information. Finally, he dealt with the internal affairs of the sect. Most things ran smoothly. After all, an institution like the Dao Opening Sect has been operating for so long that it now formed its own system. As the sect master, his job is to ensure no significant problem occurs in the system. So, everything was fine regarding the sect's resources acquisition and distribution, disciples' recruitment and training, and elders' internal and external duties. The only issue that warranted his attention, no, his gaze, was some people from the sectarian side refused to accept the situation and became restless again after the sect acquired some talented individuals. However, Wang Wei did not have to do anything as the leaders of the sectarian faction themselves swiftly dealt with these restless people. So, everything was peaceful. The Commerce Hub's future. The last thing Wang Wei had to deal with was the Commerce Hub. With the help of the Star Lord Mountain, the Dao Opening Sect has established some foundation in that place, exchanging resources with hundreds of world communities. Since they had just established themselves, their powers and influence were not up to par, but Wang Wei wanted to take it slow. So far, the profit from the Commerce Hub has increased the annual yield sect by 5%. Although this number looked small, it's extraordinary considering the resources the Dao Opening Sect acquires each month. It is similar to a person who makes 10,000 yuan a month, increasing his salary by 5%, and a billionaire doing the same. The amount of money each makes is vastly different. The Commerce Hub has so much potential, thought Wang Wei. When I get my hands on it, I can expand it to all world communities in the lower dimension. And if Heavenly Dao allowed it, I could expand the scope to the upper dimension. Beyond Tier 10 resources are impossible to exchange, but it would greatly benefit the lower dimension if they could trade with the Eternal Ascension world. Not even Tier 10 resources. I'm sure the upper dimension has a larger quantity of mortal resources and more variety. A perfect example would be resources to temper the body. The lower dimension might, let's say, have 1,000,000 unique spiritual herbs. But the upper dimension would have at least 1,000 times that number. With more variety, body refiners do not have to worry about their bodies having immunity to resources, making the body refining path more challenging in the later stages. Some people have unique physiques, and certain medicines work better than others. With access to the upper dimension's resource pool, more people can cultivate by refining the resources suited for them. The benefit will not only apply to body refining but soul, energy, healing, law comprehension, alchemy, and all professions. Although there is a low chance of succeeding, I should try. Of course, Wang Wei has to worry about the 7 sons if his plan even works. Maybe this is not a good idea. Or, one I can only accomplish after getting rid of them, he thought with a frown, thinking about the feasibility. Even if he could get true Heavenly Dao's approval, he has to find a way to bypass these parasites. They have absolute control over the upper dimension. The rebels. There should be a rebel group opposing them. Maybe, I can trade with them. Wang Wei does not know whether they would be interested in the resources in the lower dimension, but maybe they would be interested in something. Talent. Is it possible to send them talented individuals from the lower dimension? Any faction would kill to have talented individuals as their backbones, not to mention the struggling rebellion with probably a high death rate. The problem is that only great emperors can bring people from the lower dimension through ascension, but he has yet to hear of sending people there. So, he did not know if it was feasible. With my power, maybe I can do it, thought Wang Wei with bright eyes. Most of the people who will lose their heaven will in this ultimate glorious age are extremely talented individuals. If they go to the upper dimension and get their hands on a heaven will, most will become pseudo and real eternal emperors. I'm sure the rebels would love to have such a fighting force behind them. The more Wang Wei thought about this idea, the more he liked it and the more feasible he found it. These talents will be the vanguard until I ascend. They can set up a foundation for me to use to deal with the parasites. I can also cultivate a force in advance. Wang Wei knew he could not rely on the upper dimension Tao opening sect after ascending. Their current situation must be precarious without the founders, and his presence will only bring them more trouble. So, having a force of his own after ascending will significantly benefit him. I'm getting ahead of myself. I don't even know how heaven wills are acquired in the upper dimension. Although he had his guesses, he was not entirely sure. So, he shamelessly called his wife again and asked. Wang Wei has little information about the upper dimension from Gu Xian and Ao Tian's memories. However, they are both incomplete and biased. A lot of it he has to deduce based on specific memories. So, he wanted to know more from his wife. Then, after getting what he wanted and swearing not to talk to her, he continued his planning. 12,000 heaven will, I'm sure the rebels have ways to get some of them. If not, these talented would be fine in the Emperor Path arena. True heavenly Tao should protect these arenas from the paws of the seven moons, but Wang Wei was not sure about supreme unity. Hopefully, Maitreya would restrain him. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. M from Xiao Tiandi and the other geniuses, I can deduce that the Eternal Ascension world's current spirit is laziness, fear, and lack of ambitions. So, the powerful factions would have stopped sending their geniuses to Arena 12. These parasites have done everything to weaken the world and prevent terrifying geniuses from showing up. So, as long as Wang Wei sends these lower dimension geniuses into the Emperor Path arena, they can easily prove the Tao. I don't have to worry about their karma with the karma washing water, he continued to ponder, thanking the heavens for his karma incarnation. No, he thanked himself for being wise, cultivating the Tao of karma, creating the incarnations, and giving them missions. No, they will still owe me karma, and I will ensure that, continued Wang Wei. If he has no way to suppress these people, how could they easily work for him? So, they must owe him a tremendous karmic debt. I need to find a way to contact the rebels. From Gu Xian, I know there is a rumor Emperor Kong is secretly funding the rebels. However, the latter is completely fine and has not been cleaned up by the parasites, he's not simple. He pondered the possibility of contacting Emperor Kong through the academy and coming to an agreement or alliance. Then there is the woman, Su Junyao. My instinct tells me she also might be related to the rebels. Although Wang Wei relied on his instinct to conclude this fact, he also has an observation to back it up. Su Junyao is the most beautiful woman in the Eternal Ascension world, yet no paragons have tried to force her into their harem or ruin her beauty. With her everlasting Empyrean strength, she would not be able to stop them. And Wang Wei does not think that not even one of the parasites did not desire her. Subsequently, there is her apprentice, Xiao Tiandi. Anyone who becomes that guy master should know the danger of such a talented individual. The parasites cannot accept the existence of Xiao Tiandi or anyone related to him. Knowing this, Su Junyao still took him in and probably sheltered him. She's perhaps one of the main reasons he was still alive today. 3 possibilities. Su Junyao is a master political strategist and uses her beauty to lure one of the parasites to shelter her. Maybe, even lure more than one of them and form a balance of power where they all desire her, so they decide to leave her alone to prevent infighting. She has a hidden trump card that even they have to be wary of. Or, she has a backer, most likely, Maitreya. P and D and Ov 1. Numerous thoughts flashed in his mind before squinting. Or maybe all 3, thought Wang Wei with a sneer. Worthy of a woman who has a love-fate connection to me, how could she be simple? Of course, he knew there was a chance none of these deductions were true, and she was really just a beautiful woman. However, he leaned more toward the first possibility. Wang Wei sat straight, thinking about the future and planning ahead. The elders were suspicious of why he was thinking about the sect affairs so intensely, but they did not dare bother him. Although he did not release any aura and looked like an ordinary mortal, his body naturally released a momentum that demanded respect and authority. I need to calm down and not get ahead of myself, thought Wang Wei. There has never been a direct connection between the lower and upper dimensions. However, we are currently in an adverse situation. True heavenly Tao wants the world to prosper, most likely as a way to fight against supreme unity. Maybe it will allow it. Wang Wei decided to try this method. If not, he will try secretly smuggling. The Spirit Genesis sect can hide from true heavenly Tao, and this method is possible with their method. I can contact Emperor Kong. And if he does not work, I have 2 candidates, thought Wang Wei. The second one is risky. But if it works. He squinted his eyes before making a final plan. He finally finished his paperwork before looking at the elders. Summon Jin Mengyao to see me. Jin Mengyao's path. Wang Wei watched as a young man walked into the sect master hall. The young man looked presentable, at least on the surface. His clothes and hair were perfectly arranged, however, he had bloodshot eyes. A depressing and defeated aura emanated from his body despite trying to hide it. A broken spear, thought Wang Wei as he watched the young man before him. If the previous Jin Mengyao was a tall and mighty spear that dared to pierce anything between heaven and earth, the current him was a rusted and broken one. His origin essence is constantly fluctuating, showing he lost control. His spiritual power and blood essence from his fleshly body are also constantly leaking. Forget about entering the void-shattering realm, his lifespan will also drastically decline. He frowned since he did not expect this kid's Tao heart to reach such a terrible shape. Wang Wei looked at the elders, and many people lowered their heads. They tried to reduce Jin Mengyao arrogance but crippled him instead, ruining such a talent for the sect. The sectarian sides were happy to have 2 emperor potential talents like Kai Song and Jin Mengyao, and asked the other families not to interfere too much in their training. However, they ruined him instead. Wang Wei did not blame them as he understood their approach. They did not want Jin Mengyao's ambitions to prove the Tao in this generation to ruin the good relationship between the 2 factions. And given how monstrous of a talent Wang Wei was, they knew the latter had no chance. And it did not help Kai Song was very close to his Wang clan because of the Puppet Legion despite being a member of the sectarian faction. Unfortunately, the way they attempted to curb the latter's arrogance was too much and basically destroyed Jin Mengyao instead of helping him. And now I have to clean up their mess, thought Wang Wei, secretly shaking his head. Anyway, this was his job as a sect master. Jin Mengyao has seen the sect master, said the young man before properly bowing. Despite trying to remain calm, Wang Wei could detect the trembling of his body and the desolateness in his voice. Wang Wei nodded to him before asking, "Do you know why I call you here?" Disciple does not know. It's about your heart devil. Jin Mengyao could not hide the trembling of his body, and he had to clutch his hand tightly to control his emotions. Do you think I call you to gloat or establish my superiority? Jin Mengyao did not answer. A part of him felt this was true, while the other thought the person in front of him was leagues above him and had no need for such petty things. As such, he was conflicted and chose to lower his head and not answer. It's this mindset that got you in the current situation. You are a talented disciple of the sect. So, your success and glory will also be my success and glory. Do you understand? Why, yes. Wang Wei knew these words were insufficient to convince him or deal with his current situation. But he had an idea and decided to test it out first. Watch this, he said, puzzling Jin Mengyao before seeing an image appear before him. It was a great battle of the sect master. Impossible, accidentally yelled Jin Mengyao as he watched this fight. This is not real. He almost screamed these words. It is, calmly said Wang Wei. It appeared right after I entered the primordial spirit realm, your current realm. Jin Mengyao could not believe what he was seeing. The man he thought was a monster beyond human understanding, the man who hunted him in his dream, the man who made him question his talent, worth, and future, he was losing to someone else. More than losing, he was maltreated as this battle was a one-sided beating. No, this can't be real. It is, replied Wang Wei. This is the first defeat of my life and the only one I fully acknowledged. I lost that battle, if it can even be called such. Jin Mengyao watched this fight with his mouth open. The sect master's defeat was more miserable than the one he suffered in the battle pagoda. He knew the sect master became scarier the higher his cultivation and could not compare to the primordial spirit version he fought. Even then, he did not expect the battle to be so one-sided. After that defeat, what do you think I did? Do you think I wallowed in self-pity, swearing at the heavens how unfair the world was? Cursed that I did not have a better talent? Do you think I gave up and accepted my fate? Jin Mengyao lowered his head before muttering, "Sect master, it's not the same." "How is it different?" "I'm sure you spend some time cultivating before defeating your opponent and regaining your lost honor." "Me? I have no chance." "You're wrong," said Wang Wei. "I recently had an encounter with that person, and according to my calculation, I have less than a 30% chance of defeating him. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. Jin Mengyao looked at him with eyes that were trying to determine if he was telling the truth. He could not believe it. No, he refuses to accept it. "It's true," said Wang Wei, lying more comfortably in his seat and sighing. 30% may not sound much. But back then, I had zero chance of ever winning. That person was an unsurpassable mountain that would suppress all my hope. But I did not crumble. I climbed that mountain, step by step, to reach the current 30%. And by the heaven will battle, I will conquer that mountain." As he said these words, his body released a mighty aura. It did not suppress anyone but displayed his unwavering Tao heart to everyone in the room. Failure is nothing but an opportunity for learning. You should have learned this lesson from the Tao Heart Pagoda. Many thoughts flashed into Jin Mengyao, thinking about everything he had experienced since the beginning of his cultivation journey. After entering the Tao opening sect, he tempered his Tao heart through the pagoda. However, his competitive nature overtook him after seeing he did not beat Wang Wei's records. So, he convinced himself the pagoda had something wrong, and the upper echelons tempered with it to keep Wang Wei's heaven-chosen status. Jin Mengyao then focused on cultivating and using his strength to show them their talents. However, after his overwhelming defeat, he could not convince himself it was rigged, no matter how he tried. "Sect master, I want to ask you something, please answer truthfully." "Go ahead. Can I conquer the mountain you've set on me?" Wang Wei paused for a moment. "I will be honest, throughout the endless void, since the creation of the lower dimension, there are probably less than 50 people in the same league as me." Wang Wei thought for a moment before flicking his finger and sending a light into his sea of consciousness. A shocked look appeared in Jin Mengyao eyes as knowledge about the Nine Extremity Foundation entered his mind. "You should understand the difficulty." I do. And this is not the limit of my abilities, as I never stop trying to be better than my predecessors. So, although I won't say it's impossible, it won't be easy." An even greater aura of sadness and depression enveloped Jin Mengyao, worrying some elders. "Then, what am I supposed to do?" His voice almost cracked as he tried to control his emotions. "You have two options, trying to climb the mountain with a steady, dedicated, and firm heart. You need to have the mindset that even if I don't reach the top and conquer it, the journey will sublimate my mind and allow me to achieve great things in my cultivation path." "Indeed," thought Jin Mengyao as his eyes brightened a little. "What about the second option? Follow your own path. Forget about me, my accomplishment, or how bright my light is. Follow your heart and focus on your journey of reaching the pinnacle of the Tao and beyond." P&D and Ov1. Follow my own path, muttered. The answer is so simple and obvious. Yet, he never thought about it. Maybe some other elders said the same word to him, but he never cared. But coming from the man who drove him to this stage, these words seemed to contain magical power. Yes, why do I need to leave under someone else's shadow? Maybe I am not the brightest star in the sky, but I can also shine, muttered Jin Mengyao. I have my own path. He remembered the first time he picked a spear. Some soldiers came to his village when he was a child to ask people for food for a war with the neighboring country. Nothing terrible happened to the village. But he was suddenly curious and picked one of the soldiers' spears. The moment he touched the spear, he fell in love with it and was naturally gifted. On that day, I swore to reach the pinnacle of the spear. Although I was nothing but a simple mortal villager, I planted a seed of ambitions. And now, I have strayed from that oath, pursuing power and prestige instead. My path is the spear. His aura suddenly changed, becoming straight, sharp, and overbearing, like a spear that dared pierce the heavens. His eyes were no longer listless or dazed but full of confidence and fierceness. "Thank you, sect master, for your teaching," said Jing Mengyao. "No problem. You can use the samsara array for your final tempering." The samsara array is the one Wang Wei used to create his everlasting Tao heart, and it has become another foundation for the sect. Jing Mengyao bowed again before leaving. His Tao heart was not completely healed. But after using the array and experiencing different lives as a spear wielder, he would not long heal it but sublimate it. The two projects. One of the hidden dangers of the Tao opening sect's political system is the unbalance of power between the three factions and the sectarian side. And in this generation, the balance will further intensify as each of the three families has a great emperor, but the sectarian side remains the same. With the ancestors' existence, the chances of this contradiction reaching the stage of affecting the sect's foundation is very low, but not impossible. If the sectarian ancestors become fed up with the unbalance of power one day, the situation will be aggravated. Statistically, Wang Wei knew the chances were low. However, he also considered outside interference. He has infiltrated other factions before and taken them down from the inside. He was not so arrogant to believe he was the only one capable of such a feat, especially with the example of D. Tian's sleepers infiltrating the sect. Luckily, fate favored him and brought him two talents, Kai Song and Jin Mengyao. If the sect plays its card well, the following 4 generations of emperors will belong to them, and the sectarian faction will acquire 2, bringing back the balance of the sect. The only trouble was the issue of eternal emperors, but he did not have to worry too much about that. "Is there anything else?" asked Wang Wei, and the elders shook their heads. So, he left. Wang Wei teleported to a secret realm with several of the sect's professionals. "Sect master," saluted everyone. "At ease," he replied. "How are things going?" "Not good, I'm afraid," said Li Zixin with embarrassment. In this generation, he is considered the most talented weapon refiners, surpassing the previous generation despite only recently becoming a true monarch. "What about you?" "The same," replied Luo Yongnian. He was also embarrassed. He has a similar status as Li Zixin and is considered the most talented array master in this generation. Compared to elder Yan Liling, we are too far behind. Previously, he and Li Zixin were not convinced, asking themselves why their prestige was not the same as Yan Liling. But after working on this project, they understood. Wang Wei checked their progress and frowned. These two were in charge of a project similar to Yan Liling's automatic pill cauldron. Wang Wei wanted a machine that only required placing the material, and an artifact will be created. The same is true for arrays. He wanted to create an array disk containing all the divine runes. And a person only needed to choose the specific array, like Qi Gathering Array or Star Protecting Array, and the disk would use the appropriate runes. His vision is in the future. A person does not need to input a specific array but a specific purpose. The function would be similar to a search function where the cultivator told the disk, "I want an array to temper the body," and the disk showed him gravity tempering array, bone grinding array, blood condensing array, etc. The cultivator only needs to choose which they see fit. They can organize arrays to fit their specific circumstances to have better effects. As for a project similar to Talisman, Wang Wei only had a basic group doing the research, and that's due to 2 reasons. Firstly, there were no genuinely talented talisman makers in the past 2 generations. Secondly, talismans were too similar to arrays. If arrays' core philosophy is to levy or borrow the might of heaven and earth, talismans are to store it in something small and portable before using it later on. While reviewing the progress of these projects, Yan Liling also appeared in this place. And after looking at the progress, she also frowned. "Things might be more complicated than originally thought," she commented, and Wang Wei agreed. The main reason for Yan Liling's success was due to her innate talent. The best way to describe it is to have a database and a search and guide function. Yan Liling's knowledge served as the database, so as long as she wanted to create a pill, her innate talent would instantly use the database to generate the pill for her. However, if the pill she wants to create is beyond the means of the database, the search and guide function will activate in the form of intuition and direct her to the knowledge, skills, and resources needed to create the pill. Of course, her innate talent has a limit, as tested by Yan Liling. If she desired to make some outlandish things, it would not work. With her talent as a blueprint, Yan Liling first created a database that she installed in the cauldron. And recently, she's been trying to recreate her talent's search and guide function to add to the cauldron. Meanwhile, the group was clueless regarding the weapon refining machine and array disc. Weapon refining has much in common with pills when it comes to purifying ores using flames and engraving divine runes. They are also similar regarding formulas for pills and special alloys. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. Co. Ultimately, ores are not spiritual herbs, and weapon refining is not the same as pill refining. A perfect example of this contrast is weapon spirit. Heaven tier and above origin artifacts can have spirit, although the general zeitgeist of the myriad emperor world is to only allow their weapon to have a minimum level of intelligence. However, weapons created and used by the spirit race cultivators always have a soul with intelligence. They hoped once they reached a certain cultivation realm or after their death, their weapon could transform and acquire a human body to become a spirit race. However, the alchemy in the myriad emperor world does not allow the existence of pill's soul, except for maybe emperor pills. Of course, there is always an exception based on the pill master. The point is this slight difference between the two professions makes it more challenging to create the weapon refining machine. As for the array disc, things are even more complicated. Runes are not the only basis for an array. It includes the terrain, the surrounding power of heaven and earth, the resonance of law, and so many more. I wanted the sect to create this method to acquire more merit, but I think I have to use another approach, commented Wang Wei. Oh, what were you thinking? Do you want the ancestors to work on this project? They could accelerate its completion, but I doubt they can finish it. Yan Liling understood these two projects would require a lot of human resources, somebody with a talent similar to hers, or a great deal of time. No, I plan to make this project a worldwide one, said Wang Wei. Gather all the array masters and weapon refiners of the myriad emperor world to complete it. Sect master, you can't, said Li Zixin, and Luo Yangnian agreed with him. Any one of these projects will grant a tremendous amount of merit. Are you sure it's a good idea to let others benefit? Asked Yan Liling, and all the professionals in the secret realm nodded in agreement with her. There is a high chance the sect would need several generations to finish these tasks, unless someone like you appears, added Wang Wei. However, if the whole world worked together, it could finish in this generation. Are there other reasons you want to do this? Yan Liling asked, feeling it was not that simple. Unity, said Wang Wei. People will not easily accept my reign despite having the power to suppress everyone. However, if the entire world could work together on a project with immense benefit, it would nurture their sense of unity. I will use this opportunity to show them the benefit of my reign. It is a good way to show them you're not only our sect's emperor but the myriad emperor world's emperor, nodded Yan Liling. Plus, these projects are achievements that will forever ingrain in the history of the entire endless void. Many cultivators who pursue fame, glory, and being immortalized will be attracted. Wang Wei agreed with her as he could see the future benefits. When he spreads his tentacles to the world communities, he will access the database of their worlds and add them to Yan Liling and these two's projects. So, once they are accomplished, it would indeed be an achievement that could bring tremendous luck to the myriad emperor world and the Dao opening sect, bringing them more prosperity. Wang Wei could even foresee the undetectable benefit like national confidence. On Earth, the citizens of First World often have a natural confidence compared to Third World countries because of their country's technological achievements, history, and cultural influence. And these three projects will have the same effect once spread throughout the lower dimension. Once the citizen of the myriad emperor world has this natural confidence and pride in their plane, it would greatly benefit their cultivation and confrontation against other planes. So, it's decided, said Wang Wei before looking at the professionals with gloomy looks. You have until the heaven will battle to work on this project, which will give you a great advantage. If you use that advantage, you guys will be one of the main leaders of the final project and have the most benefit. After saying these words, Wang Wei left. These people have such an advantage over all the other professionals worldwide. If they cannot use it to get the most benefit, they don't deserve it in the first place. Yan Liling looked at these people and said, "You have to understand, the sect has a grand heart and far-seeing vision. While you guys only see the profit in front of you, he sees the benefits hundreds of generations later and plans for it." Yan Liling left after saying these words. Her vision was better than these people, and she could see the benefit of doing things now and reaping them a few generations later. Nevertheless, she also understood how they felt, as she sometimes felt her big brother saw and planned too far in the future. Luckily, she knew to trust his vision and abilities. Meanwhile, Wang Wei teleported to the Supreme Elder Mountain to see Yan Chen, his former Dao protector, and also check on his grandfather. Dao protector and Dao heart. "Sect master, you're here," said Yan Chen as he walked out of the cottage. "Come in, PN0VE1. Calm, the embodiment of simple and ordinary," thought Wang Wei, as he knew some cultivators used this method of abandoning luxury and comfort to temper their minds. "I'm sorry, but I was not expecting guests," said Yan Chen before waving his hand to expand the internal space of the cottage. Furthermore, a table manifested before him with a tea set and a sitting mat for Wang Wei. "It's fine," replied Wang Wei, and sipping his tea. "How have you been doing?" "I am okay," Yan Chen replied, looking at the sect master with mixed emotions. He was happy and proud, as he was once the Dao protector of such a heaven-defying genius. He felt a sense of accomplishment as he watched as the latter rose step by step and left a legend that will forever be remembered throughout history. There is no better feeling in his old age than watching the younger generation surpass the previous one. He felt hopeful because he knew of the future this young man would one day create. Finally, he felt sad as his role was too short. Wang Wei grew too fast, making his role as Dao protector useless. A part of Yan Chen always thought he was inadequate in his role. Wang Wei could detect all of Yan Chen's emotions. No matter how fast he grew up and surpassed the need for Yan Chen's protection, the latter was still his Dao protector. He took an oath on his life to die before he allowed anything to happen to Wang Wei. "I came here to ask you if you are interested in the position of Fate One." Yan Chen paused his sipping, taking a moment to process this news. Then, he shook his head. "No need. I'm happy with just being an immortal venerable." He did not have his own Dao, so Yan Chen knew he could not become a Dao ancestor and access the Grand Dao source, unless the Sword Empress let him borrow her Grand Dao source. So, he was content with just being an immortal venerable. "Don't waste your time and resources on me," continued Yan Chen. "From what I know about you, you should already have a candidate in mind. Not anyone can acquire the Fate One position. Although talent and such might not matter much, temperament and ideals are a must. Great emperors will often choose people devoted to the sect and willing to spend the rest of their lives protecting their foundation. If not chosen correctly, the situation of the great Zhou dynasty will repeat itself." "I understand," replied Wang Wei. "However, as my Dao protector, you are destined to become an insurgent." "Sect master, you don't have to say anything," countered Wang Wei. "I know your worry, so I'm here to help you. Don't resist." Wang Wei pointed his finger at Yan Chen's forehead, and his divine sense infiltrated the latter's sea of consciousness. Yan Chen did not hesitate or resist, showing his trust. Wang Wei found Yan Chen's primordial spirit and began his work. He purified it as a way to increase Yan Chen's comprehension. The process was painful, but the old Dao protector could bear such a level. Since Wang Wei was the one doing the purification, it was a major success. But it was not over. He took 5 strings of innate qi from his qi flower talent and used them to nourish Yan Chen's soul. He used soul laws to change the latter's innate origin or his natural-born comprehension talent. The process lasted a few hours before finishing. "Last step," said Wang Wei before accessing Yan Chen's law tree. He gently crushed the Dao fruit without affecting the sea of consciousness and the primordial spirit, he ensured no backlash. Yan Chen's aura drastically dropped as he reverted to the Saint realm. However, he was happy. He belonged to the second class of true monarch, the people who do not have their own Tao but also do not entirely follow the ways of their ancestors. Although his class was better than those who followed the predecessor without a hint of innovation, his path was still incomplete and a dead end. He could not enter the quasi-emperor realm and fuse with his Dharma body. But now, with his increased talent, he can comprehend his own Tao and create a scripture. He can enter the quasi-emperor realm and even bear the heaven will after sealing himself. Of course, Yan Chen did not have the heart of an emperor, so he was okay with using the opportunity presented to him in this generation to achieve immortality. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. Thank you, Sect Master, said Yan Chen, prepared to give the deepest bow he could muster. Unfortunately, Wang Wei's power prevented him. Despite being the sect master, you are still my elders. Wang Wei has no problem receiving bows from the older generation, but some people are different. Yan Chen accompanied him since the beginning of his cultivation journey and held a special meaning in his heart. A new era is coming, and you should have a place in it. After saying these words, he left Yan Chen alone, feeling the latter was in a hurry to cultivate. He walked a few meters to another hut where his grandfather was. Not out yet, muttered Wang Wei before preparing to leave. But he suddenly received a divine sense message from his grandfather he would be coming out soon. So, he waited for 3 days. My lovely grandson. How have you been? Said Wang Cheng after walking out of the hut. He walked in front of Wang Wei and started pinching his face and arms. Powerful blood qi and yang energy. I see you're as healthy as I remember. Wang Wei's eye twitched. I should be asking how you're doing. He observed the old man and could feel the difference. Most of the hidden depressing aura he tried to hide was now gone. Instead, he was more majestic and overbearing, just like an overlord. Although not completely healed, I am so much better. During his retreat, he used the samsara ray to relive his heaven will battle over and over, trying different approaches and choices. Finally, Wang Cheng realized he lost the battle, not because of his lack of strength but because his opponent had a better strategic mind. Furthermore, he was also a little careless and left his guard down. After having this enlightenment, he no longer blamed himself for the defeat and healed most of the cracks in his Tao heart. And the only reason it was not completely healed was that a stubborn part of him wanted a chance to have a head-on battle with Emperor Nine Suns. Wang Cheng knew his Tao heart would be completed no matter the result of the battle. If he wins, he will make up for the regret in his heart. If he lost, he would accept the opponent was worthy of becoming the final winner. Oh, can you tell me your exact situation? Asked Wang Wei. Think of it this way, the previous me could only be a pseudo-emperor. But now, I could use third-class power. Wang Wei understood what he meant. Tao heart is vital for Tier 10. Some people with a destroyed Tao heart cannot bear the heaven will and would die if they absorb it. People with cracked Tao heart can only become pseudo-emperors with power on par with Dan ancestors, if not less. Finally, if a person has some flaws, they can become different classes of emperors based on their talents. However, they would only be able to use third-class 5% power. So, the current Wang Cheng would become a first-class or pseudo-eternal emperor, but with his flawed Tao heart, he would only be able to use third-class strength. And this rule also applies to normal emperors like Wang Wei. If one day, a flaw or cracks appeared on his Tao heart, it did not matter if he was an eternal supreme, his strength would drastically drop. That's excellent news, said Wang Wei as he knew his plan for his grandfather would work. As long as the old man has a chance to fight on equal ground with Emperor Nine Suns, his Tao heart will be fixed, and he can reincarnate. No, he doesn't even have to go through all that trouble. He can just prove the Tao in the upper dimension. However, he was conflicted by this idea. He did not want his parents to ascend until he dealt with the parasites. Sending his grandfather into the upper dimension was already too risky. Boy, what are you thinking about that suddenly made you frown so deeply? Don't worry about it. All right. Anyway, you're a grown man with a wife and responsibility, you don't need my help, and I don't think I will be useful. However, remember, your family will be your greatest ally. We will always support you unconditionally, no matter what you do or how far you travel in the cultivation journey. I will. Alright, let's go. I've been craving one of your dishes and the weird drinks you created for that beach party. The past, L. I saw you going to Yen Chen's hut. What was that about? Asked Wang Chang while flying toward Wang Clan Mountain. Oh, that, replied Wang Wei as he explained what happened in his conversation with Yen Chen. You did a good job. You should never forget the people who helped you when you were weak, especially after standing above all living things. Wang Wei nodded. He has read many tales of great emperors becoming cold and indifferent after proving the Tao. They looked down on the people who once helped them, abandoned their past friendship and connection, and treated people with heads above the cloud. Wang Wei understood that some alienation is inevitable. After all, when a person has as much power and influence as a great emperor, it's difficult for some of his old friends and acquaintances to treat them the same. With the difference in lifespan, it's in the best interest of some emperors not to be too invested in some friendship unless they plan to help these people achieve immortality. Regardless, Wang Wei would never become one of these emperors. After arriving home, his mother had already prepared dinner. However, Wu Hong did not show up, and Wang Wei understood why. His wife is often placed in an awkward position during large family gatherings. Technically speaking, she is the oldest of the group. However, as Wang Wei's Tao companion, her seniority is that of a younger generation. And if you add her status and strength as an emperor, no, paragon, things become more complicated. His family members are all intelligent people, so they've guessed her true identity, which can make things awkward, especially when his grandfather is present. After all, the old man should have the highest status in the family due to his age, but he has to restrain himself around his daughter-in-law. With his personality, Wang Wei did not care about the awkwardness and found it entertaining instead, using it to his advantage to make fun of his wife. Of course, he often gets beat up afterward, but Wang Wei always thinks it's worth seeing his wife squirm during these gatherings. PNDN0V1, I'm alright. But father, how are you? Asked Yu Yan, noticing the change of aura in his father-in-law. I have not felt at peace in such a long time, replied Wang Chang with a big sigh. Then, he grinned. Where is my stupid son? He's in retreat. Retreat? Is everything alright? According to his calculation, his son should have become a quasi-emperor long ago. So, he would need to enter retreat unless something went wrong. He's alright, he's just tempering his body. Wang Chang was even more surprised by this news. What's going on? His son and the founder enlightened him, replied Yu Yan before explaining the cause and effect of Wang Tian's retreat. Ha ha ha, laughed Wang Chang boisterously. This is even better news than my successful retreat. For close to 1,000,000 years. I've told that kid he should temper his body, trying to convince him it would not interfere with his sword Tao. Wang Chang could not help but remember the stubbornness of his son. Over the years, it was the only time his son was unfilial and fought with him without giving up. No, there was also when he wanted to marry Yu Yan and still fight her in the Heavenwell battle. If it were not for his insistence, Wang Tian would never have condensed a 5th grade essence flower, maybe, the latter would not surpass the 9th grade. I'm glad he is seeing the light now. Yes, better late than never, uttered Yu Yan. Meanwhile, Wang Wei suddenly thought of something and asked. Grandpa, have you ever considered reviving Grandma? Immediately after saying these words, Wang Wei knew he had made a mistake. Wang Chang's energetic vibe became quiet and somber. Shit, thought Wang Wei as he realized his mistake. Usually, he is more observant of social interaction, but he is often too relaxed around his family. Furthermore, he thought it would be a way to make the old man even happier than he currently was. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. And Wang Wei could understand the side-eye his mother was giving him, so he hurriedly explained, I just wanted, it's fine. Wang Chang stopped him before being lost in his memory for a moment. There is no need. Wang Wei acted swiftly and accessed his space ring to use a few spiritual herbs. He controlled the fate of these herbs to turn into something he desired, vodka. Wang Wei has been testing how to use Fate Dao to control the other Supreme Dao, and this is one of his achievements regarding Creation Dao. He handed a gourd of the drink to the old man since it was his favorite during the beach party and said, "You never talked about her. Why don't you tell me what kind of person she was?" Wang Wei knew little about his paternal grandmother since both his father and grandfather were pretty tight-lipped about her. Most of the time he asked, he always received the answer that she was a wonderful woman, and that's about it. "Your grandma was the most wonderful woman I've ever met in my life," said Wang Cheng before taking a big gulp from the group. The story began before the beginning of Wang Tian's generation. Wang Cheng's mother, Wang Wei's great-grandmother and the matriarch of that generation, kept pressuring Wang Cheng to marry someone and continue the bloodline of the Wang clan main branch. The new generation was approaching, and it was the correct time to get married and have children. Typically, cultivators find it difficult to have children, especially between two of them with high cultivation. This is a form of balance from Grand Dao. However, a special technique controlled by a few factions allows them to seal their cultivation and have the fertility of mortals. However, the problem with this method is that the talent of their offspring will be random. In other words, their children cannot inherit their cultivation talent. The child conceived using this technique could be highly talented or just a mortal without a leakless body. Oddly though, between the end of one generation and the beginning of the other, the fertility of all cultivators becomes very high. The laws of heaven and earth change to allow them to give birth to talented heirs, hence one of the reasons most heaven-chosens are born or conceived around a similar time. During that time, Wang Cheng was depressed after losing his heaven-will battle and was not interested in getting married and having children. He was not even interested in serving his duty as sect master. So, one day, after a fight with his mother, he left the sect, wandering mindlessly to soothe his mind. When he woke from his daze, he was in a large mortal city. And the first thing he noticed was a long line of people waiting for something. Intrigued, he checked what those people were waiting for in line. It turned out they wanted to see a female together that famous thought the surrounding 7 dynasties. Wang Cheng has lived a long time, but to this day, he remembers that first encounter. He saw a beautiful woman that appeared to be in her early 30s, dressed in all white clothes. Her eyes contained a sense of detachment from the entire world. She looked at him and said, "Eyes are bright, rosy complexion, and body emits a powerful vigor. You're completely healthy, so don't waste my time. Leave." Wang Cheng was utterly shocked and did not know how to respond. But he did not have time to. "No, you might be useful," said Mao Yu. "There are not enough people helping carry the medicine. You're an able body, so you can help. Based on your luxurious clothes, you should be literate." "I am," replied Wang Cheng reflexively. "Good. You can help mix some of the low-level medicinal soup. You only need to follow the written recipe, and I will check." Mao Yu went to treat more patients, while Wang Cheng went to help carry more medicine. It was not until after helping with the first batch that he suddenly woke up and realized what he had done. How could he, Wang Cheng, a quasi-emperor, the sect master of the most powerful emperor lineage in the world, and a mighty heaven-chosen who cultivated the Tao of Overlord, help people carry medicine? He shook his head at how absurd the situation was and prepared to live. However, after taking a few steps toward the door, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He looked over, and he saw the doctor giving him a look scarier than the final blow Emperor Nine's sons gave before eliminating him from the final battle. "What are you doing?" said Mao Yu. "Don't you know the more time you waste, the more lives that will perish?" "I'm sorry, doctor," said Wang Cheng sheepishly before becoming red with embarrassment. He returned to his duty of carrying medicine and mixing medicinal soup. On that fateful day, the Overlord was conquered by a simple mortal doctor. The past, too. Wang Cheng took a big gulp from his gourd and did not stop swallowing the vodka for 2 minutes. "More," he said as he slammed the bottle on the dining table, making Wang Wei's eyes twitch. He filled it again and cast a spell on his space for the materials to keep refining themselves and teleporting to the gourd and ensure the old man never ran out. After the first meeting, everything proceeded rather swiftly, said Wang Cheng. Your grandmother soon discovered I was a cultivator, but she did not care much. On the contrary, she only saw me as a way to save more patients. And for some reason, I could not stop working there. Wang Wei gulped his drink as he sighed. In the process, I learned more about her as we fell in love. Your grandmother was born with an innate disease, and doctors proclaimed she would not live past 20 years old. However, she was brilliant and refused to accept her fate. At 5 years old, she began studying medicine. And by the time I met her, she was in her late 40s. Regrettably, her experience with her illness granted her a unique state of mind of seeing through life and death, a state of detachment to the world. With such a state of mind, she would have been an extraordinary cultivator if she practiced Taoism. So, what exactly happened? Asked Wang Wei as he began drinking. He did not think his grandfather did not try to have her cultivate. And it did not look like she was killed, and he had some sort of vendetta. She refused to cultivate, said Wang Chang with sadness. Every time I tried to convince her, the answer would always be the same. She would tell me birth, disease, aging, and death were part of the cycle of life. And although her life will be short, it will also be as significant as any cultivators and their achievements. Her philosophy was life was worth living because of how little time everyone had, so, longevity had no meaning to her. She would not even accept my help to increase her lifespan. Wang Chang's eyes were a little red, but he was smiling. She only changed her mind after conceiving your father. Wang Chang suddenly laughed again. Your grandma was a strong, independent, and tough woman. Once, while I was away, I returned to the clinic to find that bandits had stabbed her. I still remember that day. My wrath was uncontrollable. Simultaneously, I panicked. As a cultivator, I should have immediately helped with my origin essence. But I panicked. But she calmly sewed the wound while admonishing me for losing my calmness. I never saw that woman shed a tear, except for the day little Tian was born. Do you know? I wanted to name your father Wang Wei, but she disagreed. I had to fight tooth and nail with her to name him Wang Tian. Wang Chang remembered that naming his son caused trouble since his mother also wanted the naming rights. In the end, everybody compromised and accepted the name Wang Tian, meaning King of Heaven, showing their hope for the little child. Afterward, she agreed to expand her lifespan but still refused to walk the cultivation path. After living for 50,000 years, she passed away with a smile and her loved one by her side. Wang Chang remembered that day like it happened yesterday. Wang Tian was at the peak of the supernatural realm and used the sex influence to invite all the top 30 heaven chosens from the Academy selection trial that occurred not too long. He challenged all of them at once and used his overwhelming talent to suppress all of them. That fight was the only one he did not even show a hint of mercy to Yu Yan. He was fierce, overbearing, and ruthless. Immediately afterward, he rushed to see his dying mother to show her his achievement. He tried one last time to convince her to cultivate, or at the very least, live until she could watch him prove the Tao. Mao Yu kissed her son's forehead before apologizing. She told him how proud she was of him and believed he would one day become an emperor without a doubt. She then looked at Wang Chang and also apologized. She told them to watch out for each other and protect one another in this cruel and lonely cultivation world. There is no need to be sad or mourn me. Death is a normal thing, it's nothing but a new journey, a new adventure, said Mao Yu with a smile before forever closing her eyes. Wang Chang was devastated. He found his world crumbling and adding his already broken Tao heart, he did not know how he would survive. However, he had to continue being strong for his son. He had to ensure he was all right. After his mother's death, Wang Tian swore to guard her tomb for 10,000 years and never touch a sword. And he kept her his promise. He sat cross-legged before her grave with his sword next to him, untouched for 10,000 years. Mao Yu's death is one of the main reasons Wang Chang was not adamant about breaking up Wang Tian and Yu Yan. He understood the desire to find love since the sect tried to pressure him regarding marrying a mortal. Secondly, his son became taciturn and more indifferent after her death. And Yu Yan was the one who opened his heart. Ha ha ha, laughed Wang Chang. However, it was not a joyous laugh but a self-deprecating one. I've spent many nights thinking why she would make such a selfish choice. Why couldn't she have chosen her family? He sighed deeply. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. Now, I know I was the selfish one. She has her life, desire, ambitions, and ideals. It was selfish of me to force her to do something she did not want to. Wang Cheng sipped his drink. So, there is no need to revive her. It's not something she would want. After so many years, he grieved and accepted her death. So, reviving her would simply be an insult to his late wife. Wang Wei agreed with these words since he felt similar after his grandmother's death. But after so much time had passed, he understood his desires were selfish and not respectful to his grandmother's wishes. Grandma, I wonder how you are. How is your new life after reincarnation? Are you with Grandpa? Thought Wang Wei as he also drank more. He increased the alcohol dosage of the drinks and allowed the alcohol to affect his mind. Come. Let's get drunk tonight, roared Wang Cheng, and Wang Wei agreed. Meanwhile, Yu Yan could only stare at these two. The story also made her sad thinking about her mother, so she also wanted to drink. However, someone has to look after these two. So, she could only sigh and wait until they passed out, which was about 5 hours later. She stood up from the table and prepared to take them to rest when someone suddenly appeared in the room. P&D and OV1. The next day, Wang Wei opened his eyes. Where am I? He looked around and recognized a few things. But his head was buzzing, and his vision was still blurry. Good, you're awake. Wang Wei mobilized his blood energy and soul power to remove the handover symptoms. Damn, how can this old man have such a high tolerance? According to him, he should have drunk him to death. You drank more than him. I did. He took a moment, and that was indeed the truth. He stood up from his body and stretched his body. Wasn't I not talking to you? You were. So, why are you talking to me? You're not talking to me, not the other way around, Wu Hong replied before handing him the tea she brewed. I guess you're right, he muttered. Can I ask you something? Do you want to know why I never revived my parents? Yes, he replied softly, fearing he would trigger her as he did his grandfather. My mother died giving birth to me, and when I was 3 years old, my father was selected to be used as a meal for some devil race. After that, the village neighbors raised me until the human noble desired my beauty. I have little to no memories of them, said Wu Hong. I once searched their souls in reincarnation. But by then, they were a new life. Wu Hong experienced too much in her life, so her affection for her family was not strong. And by the time she saw them again, it was too late. So, all she could do was bless them with tremendous luck to ensure their lives as mortals would be fulfilling and without disaster. Boost not a hindrance. Do you think death is meaningless? Asked Wang Wei. What do you mean? Cultivators have many ways to conquer death and revive their loved ones. Do you think death has become meaningless because of this? Cultivators have so many ways to revive people they lose. If the person has not died for too long, they can summon the soul from reincarnation and heal the body. They can use their world imprint or something as amazing as existence reconstruction. And he did not mention Eternal Emperor's weird ability to revive themselves from a piece of paper with their name in it. With how easy it is to revive people, Wang Wei began to think that death was somewhat pointless and had lost its meaning. If you have such an idea, you will suffer sooner than later, said Wu Hong with a sneer. There are too many ways in the chaos universe to make death permanent. You are privileged to cultivate a supreme Tao that makes it easier to revive people. Existence reconstruction is not a skill that any eternal emperor can comprehend. And even the one with the talent has to spend countless yuan epochs studying. With my help, you don't have to suffer for so long. You are lucky to live in a world where the imprints are kept. In some chaos worlds, heavenly Tao would erase the imprint after someone dies. In some worlds, the path of reincarnation is cut off, so once someone dies, they are gone forever. So, you better fix that idea of yours to prevent suffering one day. You have a point, nodded Wang Wei before finishing his tea. He felt refreshed. The rules of the cultivation are not absolute. They only appear like this because someone has not found a way to break them. So, it's not hard to imagine many people have found ways to make death permanent. This idea does not only apply to death but to most things. For example, there is no such thing as the 10 or 11 extremity foundation. However, that's only because someone has not created a method to attain these levels. Even the 9 extremity probably did not exist at some point. Wang Wei theorized someone achieved 9 extremity by accident or on purpose. Then Heavenly Tao acknowledged the existence of such a foundation and made the knowledge a part of its record. Wang Wei believed the first person who achieved 9 extremity cultivated samsara Tao, hence why the orthodox method requires reincarnation, and it's easier for them to achieve 5 root. As long as you understand, said Wu Hong, she understands that such a mentality is dangerous and has seen cultivators who had the same view and suffered because of it. One Wu Hong frowned before asking, do you want to send to a safe location and deal with the issue on your own? Yes. Hide them in a safe place and wait until I have the strength to protect them. Regarding the troubles you will face in the future, there will be no safe place. I can create one. I can make a place that will not be affected unless something happens to me. What are your family going to do afterward? Accept your death? Mourn you? Or seek revenge? Wang Wei did not answer. Did you ask them and allow them to make a choice? I know what they will choose. And yet, you still want to be selfish and make the decision for them. If the alternative is their death, then yes, I will be selfish, he said with determination. Haven't you learned anything from your grandmother's death? That was different. If something happened to them, I know I would blame myself, and it will be rightfully deserved. What about me? Asked Wu Hong. You're different, you're not a burden but Wang Wei paused as something dawned on him. You want me to treat them as a boost instead of a burden? Your family is all talented individuals, and their accomplishments will not be lower than anyone. More importantly, they can provide you something that no one in the universe can, trust and loyalty. Wang Wei frowned as he realized she was right. Whether it's his father, mother, or grandfather, Li Jun and Yan Liling are talented individuals capable of becoming pure paragons. So, they could be as helpful as Qiyuan and the others. Wang Wei has always wondered why these ancestors helped him so much. He guessed they placed their hope on him for something. And after his conversation with Mo Yuan, he guessed these people hoped he could find a way of detachment for them. Detachment, that's the source of the trouble. He could feel once he embarks on his path of detachment, the entire chaos universe will enter a time of chaos and strife. Detachment is a source of trouble and a once-in-lifetime opportunity. I cannot allow my family to miss this chance. Plus, I may need their help as much as they need mine. Wang Wei suddenly felt peaceful after making a decision. You're right. He was glad he consulted her before making a decision. I'm always right, remember that. No need to brag, said Wang Wei before kissing her on the cheek and leaving. He went to a secret realm before meeting his grandfather again. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. Boy, why are you here? Do you want to drink again with me? I'm good. I'm here to take you somewhere. Where? To train. Wang Chang paused before laughing. Yes, the current you is enough to guide me in my cultivation. Let's go. He marveled at how quickly time passed. A little over 100,000 years ago, he was given this brat pointer and guidance with his experience. But now, the roles were reversed. Wang Wei activated a token and teleported them to a secret realm he created himself. Your Overlord Tao is pretty and unique and has much potential. His grandfather's Overlord Tao was not the type of overlord that overwhelmed and suppressed all his peers, but one that constantly evolved and surpassed its limit until reaching the pinnacle of might. It's another form of evolution Tao focused on increasing strength through pain, injuries, and life and death trials. Because of how your Tao works, it can only bring its full potential in a generation with countless peerless talent. Wang Chang nodded. This is why he was so belligerent in his generation, garnering numerous enemies. He challenged everyone and made countless enemies to cultivate his Tao. You're not going to ask me to fight all the juniors of this generation, are you? Wang Chang knew his thick skin did not reach that level. He still valued some of his seniority, not to mention most of these juniors were more powerful than him and could easily defeat him. Since waking up this morning, he asked Yu Yan about the things he missed, and he was shocked by how many heavy-defying talents appeared in this generation. Not completely, replied Wang Wei. I've designed the secret realm into a scenario to help you. Your memories will be sealed and tempered with to believe something went wrong during a trip to another world communities and you and father were kidnapped. You found a way to escape and have to fight countless opponents. Interesting. With these memories, I can experience real life and death. Indeed. The trials and obstacles are powerful puppets that will not go easy on you. I've blessed this secret realm with my life-death Tao and granted you a dozen revival opportunities. You mean I can die? Yes. That's what I'm talking about. Anything else? No. Wang Chang flew inside, and Wang Wei calmly watched. He spent many years designing this thing, and he recently updated it. He left countless opportunities for his grandfather, including ways to increase his talent. He updated his Overlord Fist scripture to have better body refining effects, including opponent black holes in the acupoints. He took one last look before flying to a special mountain in the sect. Outside the Eternal Ascension world, a magnificent temple stood somewhere in primordial Choas, which is the endless space between chaos worlds. A handsome young man dressed in a purple robe was cultivating at the temple's core, a book with the character 4, Heaven, as the title floated in front of him. The book was somehow directly connected to the river of time. The young man suddenly opened his eyes, which were extremely profound and appeared to contain all truth in the universe. He frowned before muttering, "Where is this weird feeling come from?" With a single thought, countless secrets, truths, and knowledge of the chaos universe flashed in his mind as he searched for the odd feeling he felt. But he found nothing. The young man looked at the book before his mind accessed the river of time, swimming like his back garden. He closed his eyes to search for the answer. A few seconds later, he coughed a mouthful of blood as he muttered, "I missed a time nexus." He frowned before looking at the book, turning each page. There were only a few words on each page, none even forming a complete sentence. "I haven't even found the protagonist yet, so what's the point of knowing I missed a time nexus?" The young prepared to close his eyes to continue his cultivation. He gambled a lot on this book, even missing an opportunity for detachment by skipping the ultimate taboo. So, his plans have to work. However, he suddenly thought of something. This divination was too easy to get since it involved detached individuals. He squinted his eyes as he used his vast knowledge to deduce infinite possibilities. The all-seeing temple predicted an upcoming strife that enveloped all of primordial chaos. However, paragons are no longer the mast of this universe, half-step detachments are. Only things related to them could affect the entire chaos universe. So, how could the temple predict things related to them? This generation's temple master was only a paragon, so such a divination was beyond his means. "I see," muttered the young man as he figured out something. "I might be playing with fire." However, he only smiled before closing his eyes and continuing with his plan. Fate 1. Wang Wei looked into the distance, and his eyes seemed to penetrate infinite space and time. "Have your path come to an end? Well, you should be proud of your achievements since even I could not do better," he muttered with deep praise in his eyes. Soon, he landed on a floating island habited by one individual, Wuxia, Dong Lifen's master from the luck trial. Wuxia no longer looked like an old woman, she now looked middle-aged and quite beautiful, garnering the affection of many elders from the older generation. However, she refused everyone's courtship. She had a small garden next to her small wooden house. Wuxia was watering him when she sensed something and turned around. She stopped what she was doing and walked toward Wang Wei. "Sect master," she bowed politely. Wang Wei nodded as he observed her. She had a peaceful aura as she naturally blended with the surrounding heaven and earth. She was at the peak of the saint realm, close to becoming a true monarch. "Sect master, please come in, I'll serve tea." Wang Wei followed inside, and the house was as simple as Yan Chen's hut. The only difference was the larger space and a few more rooms. However, there was no decoration or any form of luxury or comfort besides a bed in one of the rooms. Yu served tea, and Wang Wei took a sip. "Great tea," he commented with some surprise. The tea was sweet but not too sweet, had a mellow aftertaste, and a power of the wood element that nourished the body and mind. Long-term consumption of this tea can even increase the lifespan for Saint Realm cultivators. "I cultivate it myself," said Yu. She cultivated the Tao of wood and is an excellent spiritual herb planter. She used her skill to help the sect take care of many gardens. That's how Yu acquired sect points. Although Wang Wei ordered the sect to provide her with an upper-level disciple level of resources, she did not feel it was okay to accept all these rewards without paying anything in return. Recently, she developed this new tea that can increase the lifespan of saint and below cultivators, and the sect has rewarded her immensely, making Yu's mood very happy since she finally felt she could help. "I'm sorry I did come to see you more often," said Wang Wei after realizing how little he paid attention to her. If not for the fact he's recently been thinking about her, he would not have come here. Otherwise, he would have known about such an achievement. "It's fine. I understand the sect master is busy." Yu did not mind. She knew very well that the sect took good care of her because the latter made a promise and wanted to keep his words, nothing more and nothing less. Even back in the Warring Kingdom world, she understood they were from two different worlds. So, she never dreamt of having any relationship with Wang Wei. "That's good. I see you're about to become a true monarch. Do you have your own Tao?" "Almost. I am saving enough sect points to listen to the 3,000 Tao orbs and create my scripture." Wang Wei could tell Yu was a unique talent similar to Zhen Bai or Mao Yu that involved temperament or state of mind. While Zhen Bai has a pure heart, his grandmother was detached from life and death, and Yu is slow and steady, not affected by external affairs, knowing when to advance and retreat. "It's a form of Taoism's in action," analyzed Wang Wei. These types of state of mind or temperament make it easier for individuals to comprehend the law. So, once they reached the void-shattering realm, they usually began to shine. "You should look into Taoist cultivation," commented Wang Wei. "An elder from the preaching hall told me the same thing, but the sect does not have that many pure Taoist scripture." Wang Wei waved his hand to hand her a space ring containing hundreds of information talismans, all with Taoist scriptures. His Fate's Shadow Guard has now perfectly infiltrated many of the emperor lineages, including the Tai Profound Gate and the Five Elements Palace. They have even begun to access these lineages' emperor scriptures. Although they are not the original copy of Tao rhymes, Wang Wei did not need the original with his comprehension level. "Thank you," said Yu after checking a few of the jade talismans. She was not hypocritical and rejected him. She understood she owed this man too much karma. If not for him, she would not be able to achieve her dreams of walking the cultivation path and slowly climbing to the peak. If not for him, she probably would have failed her attempt to break through to the divine altar realm, leaving the mortal coil. "Sect master, why did you come to see me?" "I'm willing to go to hell and back if you need something." Wang Wei was her benefactor, and Yu was willing to go to extreme lengths to repay him. Although such an act goes against her ideals of peace, tranquility, and steady progress, she would not hesitate to repay her karma. "It's not that serious. I am here to ask you about the position of Fate 1. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. Fate 1. Wang Wei then realized this was not the kind of secret someone like Yu would be privy to, so he explained the situation to her. "You want to give such an important position to me?" "Yes." Yu's heart beat faster. She has pondered her future cultivation and what she will do after becoming a quasi-emperor. Yu has no ambition or desire for the emperor's path. This is a path for the ambitious, the bold and the brave, the dreamers, the people with the heart to support heaven and earth. And such a path was not suitable for her. So, she concluded she had two choices, The first was to travel to a great thousand world and see if she could pass the trial and become a Tao ancestor. However, this path was a challenging one. According to her research, the success rate of becoming a Tao ancestor through this method is very low. The second choice is to seal herself and hope some emperor in the future will help her become an immortal venerable. However, once again, this is a path with a slim chance. After all, the sect has too many people waiting for similar opportunities. Who knows when it will be her turn? Finally, a tiny part of Wuxia hoped maybe her disciple would one day also prove the Tao and help her. After all, the sect master once commented her disciple was extremely talented. That is, if the latter did not forget their master-disciple relationship after so many years. As for Wang Wei helping her achieve immortality, Wuxia never dreamt of it. The sect master has helped her plenty, so she did not expect him to continue doing so. Many thoughts flashed in Wuxia's mind as she quickly calmed down, controlling her agitated emotions. Sect master, you don't need to continue helping just because of a promise. This is not the reason I chose you. The criteria to become Fate 1 is someone who can endure the loneliness of the slow cultivation in the lower dimension. Someone who can dedicate their entire immortal life to protecting the sect and its foundation. Your temperament, ideals, and ambitions make you perfect for this role. That's why I chose you. What about my talent? Wuxia knew her temperament cultivated in the backward and barren small great thousand allowed her to catch up to some of the geniuses of this plane. But it did not change her innate talent was very poor. Your current talent is not considered bad, replied Wang Wei. With the sect's resources, Wuxia did receive a few opportunities to increase her talent. It's just she cannot remove the mindset she was from a low background, and thus she was not talented. Plus, there will be plenty of ways to increase your talent after I prove the Tao. But I don't cultivate Fate Tao. And you don't need to. After becoming Fate 1, you can continue your own Tao. You'll only have access to some of my Fate abilities. Her situation will be similar to Wang Zhe's. Although she cultivated Shadow Tao, she will also have access to Fate abilities after becoming Shadow 3. Wuxia had a look of hesitation. If you worry about whether you're worthy of this opportunity, don't. Since I say you are worthy, then you are. If you are worried about the karma you owe me, repay it by protecting the sect. Nd, a no ve1, this is a great chance presented before you, don't hesitate and follow your heart. Wuxia's eyes brightened as she understood this was not a simple offer. No, this was a fortunate encounter to acquire an immortal destiny. As long as she accepts, she will have the chance to escape the shackles of death and continue her goal of slowly climbing the cultivation ladder. I accept, she replied decisively, choosing not to pass on this opportunity. I'm glad, nodded Wang Wei before discussing everything in more detail with her. After he finished, he prepared to leave, but Wuxia asked him, Sect Master, I wonder how my disciple is? The sect told me the Warring Kingdom world was gone from its former coordinate. Innate technique. She's doing fine. No, she's doing better than fine, replied Wang Wei, and he was not exaggerating. Dong Lifen's achievement even shocked him and could be described as legendary. If she came to the Myriad Emperor world, she could suppress all the members of the current generation, except for him and Di Tian. Wang Wei would be considered a worthy adversary, a threat only second to Di Tian. However, she is also a little too stubborn and reckless, added Wang Wei, as he was not lying. Dong Lifen's recent actions almost got her killed and destroyed her path. Luckily, he asked the sect to look out for her, so an insurgent had to save her. Is she all right? Hurriedly asked Wuxia. Only injured, but she's fine, replied Wang Wei. If you want to see, I can send someone to guide you. She hesitated for a moment. Is this a good idea? After not seeing her disciple for so long, she feared their affection for each other was no longer there. Although the bond between a master and disciples is often as strong as a parent and their child, this law was not absolute, especially since Dong Lifen seemed to have achieved so much without her guidance and help. I cannot comment whether your disciple's heart has changed after garnering such power. However, you won't know until you meet her again. Indeed. Some things must be faced directly, commented Yusui, and Wang Wei agreed. So, he chatted for a few minutes before calling someone to send her to another world community. As he watched her departure, Wang Wei's eyes squinted. Dong Lifen's accomplishments are beyond my expectations. If I can convince her to become a sect member, we are guaranteed to have another Eternal Supreme after a few generations. He then frowned. This idea sounds good on the surface, but it was not that easy to achieve. From his observation, Dong Lifen is a very ambitious and might not want to join any faction since she does not need to. Forget joining the sect, she might not even accept my offer to help me with that plan, thought Wang Wei with a frown, calculating different possibilities. It's useless to force her, so I can only hope she's willing to pay the karma she owes me. After shaking his head, he went to see Li Jun, but the latter had already left, searching for the war talisman. So, Wang Wei flew out of the sect and opened a portal to the eastern continent. To be precise, he flew to the White Cloud domain at the southern end of the continent. This domain was not controlled by any emperor lineages or even any supreme lineage. Instead, 5 holy lands controlled it, forming a power balance. After arriving at his destination, Wang Wei began to search for information. Unfortunately, this place was too far away and barren for his Fate Shadow Guard to reach. Furthermore, although he was sure no one in this plaque could threaten him, even in their dreams, he did not lose his caution. He did a few divinations and got the information he wanted. However, since the purpose of his visits involved heavenly Tao, he was still cautious despite their good relationship. After disguising himself, he went to the most popular in this place and listened to the information he wanted. Then, he walked out of the inn and wrote a talisman in the air before sending it into the distance. Panda, NOV-E1 Suddenly, the void beside him fluctuated, and a sword pierced his heart. At least, it tried to. Unfortunately, the blade and the person behind could not move, stuck in the air like time had frozen. Wang Wei calmly looked at the person who came, his eyes calmed as if he expected the person to come. A cultivator does not entirely lose the power of the domain after entering the supreme realm. Instead, the domain changed from an active ability to a passive one. So, Wang Wei can naturally see and sense everything in the surrounding trillion kilometers. Someone from the Shadow Slayer Temple? That's the second time someone from the temple tried to assassinate him. After the first time, he eliminated most of their branches in the central continent while having his guard infiltrate the other branches. So, he knew he had a high price in his head, and as the final battle approached, the price drastically increased. And he was not the only one. Any heaven chosen with some reputation has a high bounty in the Shadow Slayer Temple, the Death Order Palace, and other assassination-based factions. But, he never expected someone was stupid, no, brave enough to actually come to assassinate him. Furthermore, the person who came was a little Queso Emperor. Wang Wei would have understood if an immortal sovereign or Tao ancestor decided to break the rules and kill him. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. And Wang Wei glanced at the assassin, and with one look, he searched the latter's soul, read his fate line, and searched through his karmic relationships. He guessed this person must have something to rely on to come to assassinate him. And he was right. An innate technique, muttered Wang Wei as he learned this assassin was lucky enough to find a rare innate technique, born from heaven and earth, called, out of this world. The first levels of this technique allowed a cultivator to hide their aura and breath perfectly. Then, they can blend with heaven and earth to hide. Finally, in the last stage, the cultivator's body can enter a unique dimension, separating from heaven and earth to achieve the ultimate level of hiding. In that separated dimension, they can hide their breath, soul, luck, karma, and even fate. Unfortunately, this assassin could not cultivate this technique to this level since it requires comprehending spacetime laws. He only forcefully achieved the last level by exchanging spacetime resources from the Shadow Slayer Temple. As for the reasons he wanted to assassinate Wang Wei, it was due to his younger sister. This young man doted on his sister after their parents sadly passed away. After acquiring the innate technique, he became an assassin to give her a better life. Unfortunately, his protective nature for her was insatiable. As the assassin grew more powerful and climbed the ladder of the Shadow Slayer Temple, he wanted more for his sister. He saw Wang Wei's bounty and knew if he succeeded, his sister would have the resources of a heaven chosen from emperor lineage with 3 to 4 great emperors. So, he took the risk. Wang Wei was speechless after learning all of this. This guy's technique was not even cultivated to perfection, but he still took the risk. And even if it was, and he could hide from his sense, his attack would not even break his skin. Anyway, an innate technique is a good find, he muttered. Since the Null era, innate techniques have become rarer and rarer, to the point most cultivators in the modern era do not believe they exist. It's quite the ingenious technique, and I can learn a thing or two from it. Plus, it's perfect for the Fate's Shadow Guard. He looked at the assassin, wondering what to do with him. Do you want to work with me? Asked Wang Wei. With me as your boss, you don't have to worry about resources for your sister or how to find powerful teachers for her. This person's talent was not bad, and his luck was remarkable. So, it might be worth it to become one of his subordinates. Additionally, having another pawn in the Shadow Slayer Temple is not bad. The assassin found himself capable of moving, and a great horror flashed in his mind. He understood how stupid of a decision he had made. He took a moment to calm down, processing Wang Wei's words. What will happen to me if I don't agree? Of course, you'll die, said Wang Wei with a smile. The assassin's body trembled. Zhang Jing has seen the master. He quickly agreed as he could not fathom what would happen to his sister if he died now. Plus, it's good to have a backer like the Dao opening sect. Good choice, said Wang Wei before teleporting this assassin to the Fate's Shadow Guard with instruction to Wang Ju to incorporate him and his technique into the group. It's a shame, muttered Wang Wei. He thought this guy was a protagonist template and his sister was a supreme genius. If so, the Dao opening sect would have another talent. Unfortunately, from what he saw, his sister's talent was mediocre. Wang Wei then looked toward one of the Shadow Slayer Temple's branches and sneered. Wu Hong already told him she had placed a secret marker in the Dao burial ground. So, after proving the Dao, he can find these rats and eradicate them even if they run and hide. Wang Wei left to find an inn to rest for the day. During this entire ordeal, no one in the street noticed him or the assassin. It was like he was never there in the first place. The next day, Wang Wei headed to the East Lotus sect, one of the 5 holy lands that rule this domain. Weirdness. Many people stood at the entrance of the East Lotus sect. 2 people were at the front, 1 woman and a middle-aged man. And behind them stood 5 elderlies with gray hair and aged spots on their faces. Ancestor, why do you think the sect master of the Dao opening sect is coming to our sect? Asked the middle-aged man called Pan Zeman, the sect master. How would I know why such a supreme entity would come to this backward place? Replied the oldest ancestor. Do you think he came here to destroy our sect? Asked another. Not likely. We did not offend them or even have any contact. Plus, if he wanted to destroy us, he did not have to send a formal notice of arrival or come in person, said the only woman of the 5 ancestors. His arrival might be an opportunity for us, said another, looking at the young woman next to the patriarch. Don't even think about it. He's already married. It's normal for such a supreme entity to have a harem of dozen wives and concubines. Our sect will rise as long as Faze gets some of his favors. Pan Jingfei lowered her head, not daring to say something. According to information we know, the Wang clan has only 1 Dao companion in the last 3 generations, said the oldest ancestor. No offense to you, Feier, but I don't think you're worthy even to be his concubine. The other 4 quieted down as they agreed with this sentence. If the sect master wanted more wives and concubines, countless emperor lineages would line up to send their best disciples to be chosen. So, it will never be the turn of their East Lotus sect. Pa N. Dan, 0v1. C0M. Then, everybody waited quietly. A few minutes later, Wang Wei landed from the sky. I apologize for my tardiness, said Wang Wei with a smile, even though he arrived at the exact time he notified them. No, it's us who arrived earlier, Pan Zeman hurriedly said. You can be at ease since I have no malicious intent, said Wang Wei as he observed these people. The man in the front, who is most likely the sect master, was in the void-shattering realm. The woman next to her had just entered the primordial spirit realm, and the 5 elderlies were in the saint realm. However, Wang Wei can see their foundation was weak and running out of life essence. They probably had between 500 to 12,000 years to live. Once I achieve my purpose, I will reward your sect. Thank you, sect master, for your generosity, they said as they quickly bowed. Wang Wei nodded before following these people into the sect. He also took this opportunity to get to know them. The members of the East Lotus sect soon noticed he was easy to get along with. He had no arrogance or displayed any pride or contempt for them. So, they can only sigh that the disciples raised by these powerful lineages are something else. Wang Wei came here for the secret realm Heavenly Tao gave him. The reason for his caution was that he needed to go here to open the hidden realm instead of using the token to teleport inside directly. He feared Heavenly Tao was plotting against him, so he did not secretly come to this sect and enter. After chatting with these people, he dismissed them on the excuse he wanted to rest. He wanted to observe for a few days to see if there were any anomalies, and he did. There is a very well-hidden secret realm with a weird aura in this place. He did not immediately go in but continued searching the sect. A few days later, he entered the weird secret realm. He saw a man sitting cross-legged with an eerie black aura emanating from him. Wang Wei instantly felt this man's aura was familiar, and it took him a moment to figure it out. The aura is similar to Yi Lianchang, except less pure. The man opened his eyes and looked at Wang Wei with great ferocity. Who are you? Are you the founder of the East Lotus sect? Asked Wang Wei instead of replying. He searched through all the sect records and made a bold guess based on the gathered data. The East Lotus sect, muttered the weird man with a look of reminiscence. That was a long time ago. Indeed. From the information Wang Wei gathered, the East Lotus sect was only 20 million years old, and their patriarch was only in the Saint Realm when he passed away. Yet, this man was alive. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. Co, and the power of fate and yin-yang flashed in Wang Wei's eyes as he divined the secret of heaven. He wanted to know the origin of this person's weirdness. The abyss gap, he muttered, making the founder frown. How did you know? Wang Wei did not answer him as he figured out many things. Heavenly Tao sensed some danger to the world originating from this place, so it wanted to guide Wang Wei here to eradicate it. This is why I don't like you. You could have just told me, and I would have taken care of it, he thought, shaking his head. He then focused on finding more information about the abyss gap, but he could not divine any more power. Is the abyss gap related to Cthulhu and the Old Ones? Or is there another reason why the aura is so similar? Your arrogance disgusts me, said the founder. Regardless, you exude such vitality. Something tells me I will benefit greatly after swallowing you. Wang Wei was annoyed this guy interrupted his thinking, so he waved his hand. Numerous runes appeared around the founder, and he turned into a bead before he could react. Wang Wei did not want to eradicate him since he could find more information after capturing him. So, he sealed him, including his consciousness, to ensure he did not kill himself to escape. He did not know whether this guy was immortal similar to Yu Zhou or Yi Lianchang. Wang Wei searched his soul and learned a lot of new information. The founder's name is Qin Li, and 20 million years ago, as he approached the limit of his lifespan, he left the sect to find an opportunity to break through. And one of the islands between the central and southern continent, he found his chance. It was an altar to pray to an extraordinary being. According to the information, as long as he asked that great being anything, they would achieve his wish. Qin Li was not stupid, so he knew the possible consequences of dealing with powerful and unknown entities. Unfortunately, he feared death. In desperation, he used the altar and succeeded. The unknown entity granted him longevity and power. The only thing it asked in return was for him to secretly set up a formation at some point in the future. Although Qin Li could guess the purpose of this formation, he could not refuse. He was already in too deep, and his soul no longer belonged to him. Someone is plotting the myriad emperor world, muttered Wang Wei. He's done a similar thing as this altar using his soul network. No, maybe not just us but the entire lower dimension. This plot might be bigger than it seemed on the surface. He waved his hand to create a talisman and contacted his wife. Do you know anything about the Abyss Gap? He asked directly, making Wu Hong frown as she tried to remember. The only thing I know is it's a forbidden land in the endless void that is sealed. Most emperors from the endless void will reinforce the seal before ascending. But even then, a weird aura will be released to corrode the seal. Even with so many emperors reinforcing it, it still corrodes the seal. Yes. Even your seal? I did not have a chance to add to it, replied Wu Hong. After proving the Tao, her time in the lower dimension was short, and she spent most of it annihilating the devil race. And before her exile to the upper dimension, she did not have the opportunity to add her own seal. Why are you asking about this? Wang Wei explained the situation to her. If the Abyss Gap is related to a taboo, it would complicate things. You don't sound too worried. Well, these troubles are your problem. Wang Wei's lips twitched before ending the talisman. He looked at this secret realm and used the law of space to take it away. He wanted to see if he could find more clues. He returned to the East Lotus sect. He did not tell these people about what happened but rewarded them. He modified their sect cultivation technique to reach the quasi-emperor realm and helped these ancestors to extend their life by another 2,000 years. Finally, he used the token to enter the secret realm from the Null Era. Heaven's shaking battle. The moment Wang Wei entered the secret realm, he felt a terrifying killing intent rush into his mind, trying to affect his mind and soul. This kind of killing intent is enough to affect immortal venerables, he muttered before looking around. The sky was entirely red, and he saw the ground bathed in blood. He scanned the surrounding with his divine sense and found no bodies. There were countless broken weapons on the floor, the primary source of the killing intent. Deep in the north was a small pond of golden blood, shining brightly even after trillions of years. Innate treasure, and an extreme one. A broken chaos treasure, this should be a broken emperor artifact, commented Wang Wei as he walked around the secret realm. The ancient era was truly a wonderful time, full of talents and resources, he commented before sitting cross-legged in the sky. He waved his hand, and all these broken treasures flew above him. He turned his proving Tao artifact into a cauldron before putting in a broken innate treasure inside, refining it. The process was not as easy as Wang Wei expected. The remnant wills of these weapons from their masters resisted being refined and nourishing another weapon. This might take a little longer than expected, thought Wang Wei before waving his hand to establish a time formation. The time inside the secret realm will be faster than the outside. Then, he focused on dealing with the remnant wills. He refined treasure after treasure. He refined all the broken innate and chaos treasures in just 100 years. And through competition with these remnants, he also tempered his mind and will a little. Wang Wei opened his eyes as he looked at the cauldron. His proving Tao artifact had a mysterious aura similar to chaos. The strength had drastically improved, but that was not the main point. He could feel the artifact had become an embryo, waiting for a catalyst to transform into something extraordinary. Grand Tao baptism, muttered Wang Wei. As long as he proved the Tao and underwent the baptism, his proving Tao would become a potent weapon that would give him at least a 5% boost in battle prowess. Excellent, said Wang Wei before standing up. He looked around, and there were still many weapons left. However, they were broken emperor artifacts, and he did not dare refine them. He waved his hand to put them into his space ring before teleporting before the golden pool of blood. Numerous innate demons and primordial gods' bloodline, perfectly combined and preserved, he uttered with shining eyes. Perfect to cultivate the fiend god 12 revolutions. He absorbed the bones of a dragon after he reconstructed his body. So, he planned to induce bloodline from the bones to cultivate the 12 revolutions. Or hunt the sleeping primordial god in the blood-earth forbidden land. However, things will be easier with this blood pool. So, he waved his hand to put it away. Wang Wei then raised his hand to condense all the killing and slaughter aura in this secret realm. After the cleanup and meeting with Wrath, Wang Wei suggested Li Jun create a weapon similar to wraths by condensing the killing aura between heaven and earth. The sect has plenty of slaughter aura, but it's not enough for such an ominous weapon. So, he sent the elders and disciples to search and gather more. He told them to focus on the western continent since there was plenty of it. After putting away the slaughter aura, Wang Wei mobilized his time law and used a technique, time record. The secret realm shook before an illusory image appeared in the sky. 4 people who seemed to be leaders faced each other with countless people behind them. On the right side were a Qilin with red scales and an enormous humanoid creature with 4 wings and 2 horns. On the left side was a human with an intense aura, the power of the 5 elements Grand Tao source. The other on the left was a tiger demon race. He also had the power of Grand Tao source, and it was a weird flame-related one. Wang Wei took a moment to sense it and concluded it was a combination of flame, soul, pain, and a little bit of destruction. Infernal Tao? He thought before focusing on the battle. "I'll deal with Infernal Tiger," said the Qilin with hatred in its eyes. Their innate demon race created the demon race to serve them and help them win this war. But they betrayed the innate race and joined the acquired side. Furthermore, he had enmity with the tiger. "Deal with me? Are you worthy?" replied Infernal Tiger with a sneer. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. Co, MPA, ND, A no VE1. He raised his hand to manifest a little golden sword before sending it toward the winged primordial god, who reacted quickly, mobilized his wind innate law, and created a black wind tornado. The sword slashed through the tornado, but its strength was drastically reduced. So, the winged primordial god punched the remaining sword into obliteration. He frowned because he was slightly weaker in this brief introduction. This was not the first time he fought with Yellow Scarf Emperor, and the latter became stronger each time. During their first encounter, he almost killed the latter. But now, he lost in a direct confrontation. The growth rate of acquired race is too fast compared to us. They must be annihilated, he thought. Heaven and earth are fair and focus on balance. Innate lifeforms have powerful bodies and long lifespans, but their comprehension is subpar. Meanwhile, humans are naturally born weak, but their natural understanding is higher than innate lifeforms. Even the demon race, a combination of innate and acquired lifeforms, has a higher average understanding than innate lifeforms, albeit not nearly as good as humans. The Qilin opened its mouth to spew an incredibly powerful white flame. However, the Infernal Tiger replied by spewing a black flame that easily overwhelmed the attack, knocking a few of the Qilin scale as it groaned in pain. "You," roared the Qilin. "You, innate lifeforms, considered yourself the darlings of heaven and earth since some of you only need to sleep to grow powerful. However, is that really true?" said Infernal Tiger with a sneer. When he was a little Tier 9 cultivator, if a senior of the human race did not save him, he would not be here today. However, this Qilin was not his opponent a few million years later. The people behind them joined as soon as the leaders began to fight. The weakest of these individuals was the one-leaf immortal sovereign. Wang Wei could not describe his shock as he watched this heaven-shaking battle. The perfect way to describe the situation is the stars became dim, the world trembled, the laws became chaotic, and the Tao dispersed. The acquired life form had the advantage during the battle until another innate demon who looked like an ox showed up. The Yellow Scarf Emperor sacrificed a 5 elements array to imprison the winged primordial god and the ox, giving Infernal Tiger an opportunity, which he took. The tiger killed the Qilin, but the latter used a secret technique to counterattack before its death, severely injuring Infernal Tiger. Meanwhile, Yellow Scarf could not hold on for long as he, too, was injured controlling the formation. So, they too retreated with their surviving members. Wang Wei exhaled as he finally understood the power of a great emperor. He truly understood why so many pursue that slim chance of proving the Tao. It's not the long lifespan but the unimaginable power. I finally have proof the heavenly Tao path can be on par with great emperor, he muttered, thinking deeply. This could mean that people like Ao Shen and Huafeng Huang with innate law could acquire the power of Tier 10. He frowned for a moment before smiling brilliantly. The future will truly be interesting. My era will not lose to the ancient time. Wang Wei took out a talisman and recorded this great battle. He plans to use it to brainwash the next generation of demons and the human race, telling them how our ancestors used to fight side by side for a common goal. Finally, Wang Wu purified the remaining baleful aura in this secret realm and left for the East Lotus sect. In a few years, this place will turn into a holy land for cultivation, and once they discover it, their sects might rise in the future and even one day become an emperor lineage. Wang Wei left the secret realm without alarming anyone. Before entering, he had already made it look like he had already departed. He calculated the time and found out that only a year had passed outside. So, he opened the space and teleported away. His destination was not back home but the Chrono-Chaos realm. He wanted to verify something had been putting off for quite some time. Verification and backhand. Wang Wei teleported to the entrance of the Chrono-Chaos realm. He took out his innate time treasure and used his time law to protect him. After all these preparations, he entered. The environment was the same since the last time he visited, full of chaotic time energy. As he previously did, Wang Wei did not enter deep into this realm and stayed in the periphery. He sat cross-legged and set up protection around him before cultivating. He began to purify the chaotic time energy as 360 illusory figures appeared behind him. All of them looked gentle, with golden Buddha light emanating from them. They were holy and noble. Time passed, and the 360 once appeared. Wang Wei ignored the outside as he focused on refining the chaotic time energy. After an unknown amount of time, he opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. As expected, he muttered. He looked behind him, and there were 365 future Buddha self. Furthermore, no matter how much time energy he used, he could not increase more. My application of the future Buddha self is too broken, so it's normal for true heavenly Tao or grand Tao to nerf it, he thought since he had long expected this outcome. His other incarnations could not condense future Buddha selves and could only use the ones he condensed. Furthermore, only one person at a time could use it, meaning if the luck incarnation was using it, the karma incarnation could not also utilize it. Finally, the other incarnations could not even condense the last 5 future Buddha self. Otherwise, the space-time incarnation could gather more time energy and have already succeeded. I wonder why 365? Wang Wei wondered. The number has a few significance. For example, 1 year is 365 days. On Earth, the time planet Earth takes to travel around the Sun determines the length of a year. But in the myriad emperor world, 1 year also equals 365 days. And as Wang Wei knows, most other heaven wills are the same. So, he concluded the concept 365 days equals 1 year was one of the fundamental truths of the entire universe. Some strange worlds may deviate from this rule, but most follow it. Additionally, the number 365 has some other meanings corresponding to stars and astrology, meaning a cycle of renewal, change, and transformation. The universe is truly a wonderful thing. Anyway, 1 year for everybody equals 365 years for me. That's more than enough advantage, Wang Wei reassured himself even though he was still unhappy because of his greed. He understood the implication of having 365 times more time than everybody. After proving the Tao, cultivation takes yuan epochs to have any effects unless cultivators used other methods like faith. However, Wang Wei can cultivate for 365 yuan epochs in just 1 yuan epoch. That's terrifying and gives him too much advantage. With my plan for the era, I can cultivate until the Empyrean realm in the shortest time possible. And with the future Buddha self, the same will be true for the Paragon realm, thought Wang Wei with a frown. The only thing I have to worry about is whether this technique will become useless after proving the Tao. This is very unlikely since the past, present, future Buddha scroll is an emperor scripture. However, even if there are complications, Wang Wei can update it to have the same effect. Wang Wei stood up before stretching his body, creating creaking sounds. He looked in the distance, deep into the core of this forbidden land. The next time I come here, I'll finally discover this place's hidden mystery. Once he deals with the secret of the Chrono-Chaos realm, he will refine it into a time-secret realm. Without wasting time, he exited this place. He had one last thing to do before entering seclusion and devoting himself to increasing his strength to the best of his ability. Wang Wei opened a portal and instantly traveled to the western continent. He appeared on top of a mountain but did not know exactly where he was. But that did not matter. He sent a communication to the void and waited. A few minutes later, a young man with an indifferent face and black and white hair appeared before him. "Do you know, you're very annoying," said Di Tian. "And you're not very sociable," replied Wang Wei with squinted eyes. He could tell the one in front of him was nothing but a clone. "I don't have time for your nonsense. What do you want?" "I'm here to make a deal with you." "This again," he said with great dissatisfaction on his face. "No, not the same deal. I just need you to kill 2 people for me. You can negotiate the price." Di Tian wanted to immediately deny this request and leave. However, he suddenly had an idea, so he restrained himself. "Is there someone you can't kill? It's not a matter of strength. My Era Sun title restricts me." "Are those people the traitors from the upper dimension you were talking about?" Wang Wei was not surprised Di Tian knew about these people. People can figure out the truth as long they have decent intelligence and the correct information. "Yes. Show me." Wang Wei displayed the image of 2 people. "Do you have proof they are traitors?" "No, but I do know one of them is definitely the traitor." Di Tian frowned. Killing the heaven chosens of this generation has a high chance of getting him on heavenly Daos' wrong side. However, killing 2 people should not be a problem if he prepares beforehand. More importantly, the deal has to be worth it for him to take the risk. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. I agree with your deal, said Di Tian. In return, I want your ideas on how to revive my wife. Wang Wei was not surprised by this request since this was the request with the highest probability based on his analysis of Di Tian. And he would bring it out as a bargaining chip to convince him if he did not bring it up. "Do you want to revive your wife or the perfect version?" Boom! The sky and the surrounding 100 domains turned bright red as Di Tian's clone released a terrifying killing intent. Hundreds of millions of devil cultivators in the supreme realm and below suddenly felt a tangible pressure suppressing them on the ground. Only a few elites could remain unaffected. Don't play your useless mind game. You know exactly what I mean. All right, calm down, replied Wang Wei nonchalantly before taking out a contract and putting his seal on it. Di Tian read it and added a few more clauses. Wang Wei reviews it before accepting. Now, can you speak? Although he appeared calm on the surface, Wang Wei could detect his hidden emotional fluctuations. There are a few ideas I can think of to revive your wife. To be exact, reviving her is not the main issue, it's dealing with Grand Dao. Di Tian agreed with that statement. Without Grand Dao's strict rules regarding perfection taboo, he could easily revive his wife. The first idea is to use a paradox to hide from Grand Dao. Are you talking nonsense? Di Tian frowned as he felt Wang Wei was not treating this deal seriously. I'm not. The Spirit Genesis sect from the Battle Spirit world achieved a similar method and successfully hid from true heavenly Dao. You must reach a high enough cultivation realm and apply this technique to Grand Dao. Di Tian frowned as he pondered for a moment. He quickly realized this Wang Wei planned to use him as a spear against the Spirit Genesis sect. Although he did not know their conflict, he did not care. He would visit them as long as it could help him. Of course, he will also investigate beforehand. This idea is not enough, it takes too much time. You better not expect a quick and easy solution, said Wang Wei with a frown. You're dealing with an entity that is near omnipotent and omniscient. You're right, but I know you have more ideas. Fine. The second idea is for Deception Dao to deceive Grand Dao. However, like the previous method, you'll have to be at high realm to succeed. Wang Wei did not wait for him to talk and continued talking. The third idea is to find a place where Grand Dao's power cannot reach and revive her there. Pan DN0VE1 CM, the universe is vast, and anything is possible. After all, Grand Dao is only near omniscient. Di Tian pondered briefly before secretly shaking his head. This method is suitable except for the limitation he probably could not leave this no Grand Dao zone. And that's only if he could find it. I'm feeling generous, so I will tell you my best idea, merit. As long as you gather enough merit, you can ask Grand Dao to allow your perfect wife to exist between heaven and earth. Di Tian's eyes lit up. This was indeed the best idea, and he blamed his stupidity for not thinking about it. Although he could guess the amount of merit required would be mind-numbing, it was better than searching and hoping to find another rare treasure like the limit breaker. Although he was not the kind of genius that could come up with inventions, he could cultivate such genius and found them. Better yet, he could create a large organization to serve the people and gather merit. If desperate, he can even copy the Buddhist monks and artificially create catastrophe before coming to save people and collect merit. No, isn't there a supreme genius before me with great intelligence and cunningness? With him under control, I'll have plenty of methods of gathering merit. He took a deep breath to calm down his excitement. Give me a month, and it will be done. Di Tian disappeared. Meanwhile, Wang Wei had his usual cunning smile on his face. Done, he thought. He planned to hit many birds with one stone. One of these birds was to reduce the karma he owed to Qiao Ning for the perfect foundation method, and he succeeded. And the second is to ensure his survival in case he loses the heaven will battle. As long as Di Tian found him helpful, he would restrict himself and not kill him. Of course, Wang Wei knows this guy is planning to capture him. His only objective is to use Di Tian's hesitation and desire at the last moment to escape. Then, he will have the sect entirely leave and hide from the myriad emperor world while Di Tian is undergoing his transformation. Although I have confidence in myself, absolute confidence is only for fools. Wang Wei sat cross-legged on the mountain, waiting for his stone to hit another bird. The Four Rats. Dao burial ground, 4 people stood facing each other. Behind each was a black coffin with countless runes engraved on it. The 4 people formed a strange group. There was an elderly man with gray hair and wrinkles, a middle-aged man with snake pupils, a young child with red and fierce eyes, and a handsome young man in his middle 20s with green hair. Anyone who witnessed this meeting would be shocked beyond words. And that's because all 4 had the aura of eternal emperors. A few people speculated the Dao burial ground had one eternal emperor, but little did the world know they had 4. These people did an extraordinary job at covering their tracks. When first-class emperors visited this place, they did not annihilate them but ensured they escaped, showing the world there was a possibility of an eternal present. Simultaneously, only one displayed eternal strength, while the others always hid. First child, I think this is a perfect opportunity for us to gather flesh, blood, soul, and negative emotion, said the elderly, looking at the young man with green hair. I agree with second child, said the middle-aged man. Heavenly Dao sealed the lower dimension, meaning we don't have to have so much restraint. As long we work together, we might be able to break the sealing formation of the human preservation array, said the child, who was the 4th child. You're wrong, said first child, removing a string of his green hair that blocked his eyes. If it was only the human preservation array, we might have a chance. But now, the Dao opening sex bastard used all the racial arrays to seal us. Not to mention, they also have an eternal level powerhouse controlling it. How about using the backhands we left on the outside? Although they only have Dao ancestor strength, they are more than enough, said the second child. That's useless. These emperor lineages would quickly kill these things, which would only reveal our secrets. The best result would be to pretend to be devil cultivators that went mad to gather flesh and blood, but the D clan would clean them up. First child, I know your cautious nature has kept us well hidden so far, said the 4th child. But we have not conducted a red wave in a while, and my realm has shown signs of destabilizing. I might lose my eternal status if we don't act soon. The first child frowned. 4th child is new and indeed requires more energy to stabilize. However, I feel it's unwise to make a move in this generation. The first child knew Heavenly Dao cared deeply about this generation's heaven will battle. And from the information he gathered and deduced, there is a high chance true heavenly dew was the same. Of course, this was not the main reason for his reservation. It mainly stemmed from that woman. Although many people believed she was only the descendant of Empress Wu, the first Filed knew it was not simple. He guessed she was most likely a clone or a reincarnation. He would not take action as long as there was a 0.1% chance it was her. His cautious nature is why his plans have proceeded smoothly since his death in the upper dimension after the Null Era. Since we cannot leave, why don't we sacrifice some of these people to stabilize fourth child's conditions, said the second child as he gazed at another space in the Tao burial ground. Countless coffins of different colors lay next to each other, exuding powerful auras. The weakest individuals were immortal venerables, and the group included a few emperors of different classes. No, some of them have already suspected something, refuted the first child. If we take action now, they might find something. Then, what should we do? Fourth child, you'll have to suffer for a while, enter deep seal to preserve from falling in realm. Well, wait for a few generations before taking action? A few generations? Asked the third child. Maybe not. If the bastard from Tao opening sect wins in this generation, I feel the next few generations will be prosperous and full of changes. We cannot show ourselves. But if it's the D clan's heir, we will take a little risk and conduct a red wave as soon as he leaves. We will be quick and fast and only gather enough essence for fourth child to stabilize. The first child understood the arrival of the myriad emperor world's prosperous age was destined to arrive. However, if D Tian wins the final battle, fate will change as the prosperous age is delayed. And this would be the best time for them to take action. First child does not want Wang Wei to win. Ever since he learned of that bastard's rise, his intuition has warned that something terrible would happen soon. So, he's becoming increasingly more cautious. He has already decided to hide even before the final battle begins. That may be the best choice, said second child with a sigh. He, along with the others, did not blame the first child. Their plans have been going smoothly for countless eras because of the latter's extreme caution. The outside world calls him a coward and a rat, but only the four know the true capability of the fifth child. PNDN0V1, COM, the people from the upper dimension? Your Excellency has heard of us, said Parasite. That will make our conversation much easier. His tone was very polite and respectful. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. How did you get in? Asked first child. Not only did he place his own seal, but the racial preservation array prevented people from entering and exiting this place. Since Your Excellency knows my origin, you should understand this is not a major thing. Paragon, thought first child. He once ascended, so he knew the power of paragons. Although they are restricted in their intervention of the lower dimension, but the means they can use within the limits of the rules is not something ordinary people can fathom. Why are you here? I came here to invite Sir Heretic to negotiate a transaction. Heretic, that's a name I've not heard in a long time, thought first child with a frown. His name has been lost to the annals of history, but these people dug it out. They're not as useless as they appear in front of that bastard, first child, who had an incomprehensible hatred for Wang Wei. As for the reason? He simply felt the bastard would cause him trouble, and that's the thing he hated the most in the world. Be more specific, he said. I know Your Excellency does not want to show yourselves too much. So, I only ask you to quickly exile the newly ascended emperor immediately after proving the Tao. If you strike quickly, it should be possible. The heretic emperor did not say anything and continued to stare at him, so Parasite hurriedly explained, our action is only if Wang Wei proves the Tao. Furthermore, we will help you. He showed the emperor a map of an unfinished formation. This formation temporarily allows you to boost your power by a large margin. The only requirement is the sacrifice of a few other emperors or tier 10 immortals. The task can easily be achieved with its help. Heretic still remained quiet, staring at Parasite. Although he did not release any aura, Parasite felt tremendous pressure. Luckily, he has faced the aura of Empyrean and Paragons, allowing him to remain calm in this situation. Upon succeeding, Your Excellency can absorb as much flesh and blood you need from the myriad emperor world. that's it? I do your dirty job for you, and that's your only offer? Parasite frowned as he pondered deeply. He seemed caught in a dilemma, at least, that's what his facial expression indicated. Then, he gritted his teeth and said, we have many companions in other world communities. After you succeed, they will help you gather flesh and blood. Your entire reward is on the assumption your people will prove the Tao in other world communities. But what if they don't? That's impossible. Says who? You, replied Heretic with a sneer. Your Excellency, there is no need to make things difficult. If you don't want to negotiate, say so, said Parasite calmly. We have already shown our sincerity. Even if there were no other rewards, the formation I presented to you is plenty enough. You have a point, uttered the Heretic Emperor. So, you agree? Asked Parasite. This is not something I can just decide on the spot. Give me 3 days, and I'll tell you my answer. Parasite secretly sighed in relief. There was hope as long as the Heretic Emperor did not immediately reject him. In that case, I'll return 3 days later. I hope to receive good news. Parasite cupped his hand to salute before mysteriously disappearing. Not long afterward, the other 3 others appeared next to the Heretic Emperor. First child, what's your decision? Do you want to work with them? Asked the second child. Slaughter Heart. Of course not, replied the first child. He observed the intruder's behavior, and the conclusion is the latter's acting was too subpar for an old monster like himself. Moreover, although the latter addressed as him Your Excellency, the first child could sense the disdain and pride hidden by Parasite. Why not? Asked the third child. He thought having some powerful backers in the upper dimension was not that bad of an idea. Our actions have already angered so many people in the upper dimension that I cannot imagine how many people are waiting for my appearance to kill me, said the first child, who understood his situation quite well. So, he will leave the eternal ascension world as soon as he accomplishes his plans and enters primordial chaos. The situation of these people is not that much different than us. Their fate will be terrible once their reigns end and all the other paragons come back. The first child did not know why these paragons disappeared. However, this did not change his analysis. So, these people are a sinking boat, said the second child. Our death will come sooner if we associate with them. Exactly. So, why did you not directly reject him? I don't know what methods he can use, so I need to buy us time to run away. 3 days later, Parasite returned to this place and discovered the Tao burial ground. He immediately knew the Heretic Emperor had played him. His eyes turned red with anger, but he had to swallow this breath. Heretic, you coward rat. I'll make you pay one day. Parasite returned to a calm state before heading to another place, the Nether Hell. He used the special talisman the Paragon left for their group and entered the core of this forbidden land. He bowed even more politely than when he encountered the Heretic Emperor. After all, he was meeting with an Empyrean. Even in the eternal ascension world, Empyreans are top cultivators capable of walking proudly and without much worry. Your Excellency Nether, boom. A palm crushed Parasite, not leaving a single atom. Why are these wastes bothering me? Said a voice that seemed extremely ancient and had seen the world's ups and downs. I had been trying for so long with no success. But recently, I felt my chance was approaching. Let's see where this intuition is coming from. Somewhere deep underground, surrounded by numerous formations, Parasite opened his eyes and spewed a mouthful of blood. His complexion became paler than white powder. Why are all these people so unreasonable? He groaned with gritted teeth before shoving a bunch of pills in his mouth to alleviate his injury. He was cautious and never met these immortal entities with his real body. But even only destroying a projection also affected his main body. Typically, it would cost nothing to lose a projection. Unfortunately, an Empyrean took action. I can't stay here in case that lunatic comes after me. Parasite knew there was a potent seal in the Nether Hall, but he never underestimated the capabilities of an Empyrean. Plus, I must delay my visit to the Blood Earth. Parasite frowned after thinking about the Blood Earth. The plan is to wake up the sleeping 6-star Primarch inside. However, He knew the Blood Earth was the least likely to succeed, even above the Nether Hall. The main reason is that Primarch hated humans or acquired life. So, he would face the same fate as in the Nether Hall if he showed up and woke it up. I'll wait until my injury stabilizes before I try. Then, he left this hideout for another one. Western Continent. A week after his conversation with Di Tian, he received a talisman notifying him about the disappearance of the Dao burial ground. The new assassin he took underneath also received news from the main branch of the Shadow Slayer Temple to disband and integrate into society. I wonder what made those rats run away so soon. Did something happen? He muttered with a frown. He lacked too much information and could think of too many possibilities. Forget it. Anyway, they can run. He closed his eyes and waited. He did not know what happened in the Nether Hall. But that's normal since only 2 people knew what occurred. 2 weeks later, the void before Wang Wei opened and Di Tian walked out. His aura was agitated, indicating he was not in the best mood. How is it? He asked with a frown. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. Failed, he said with a groan. I killed one, and the other escaped. Did you try your best? I did. I used my full strength and even sneak attacked him to ensure success. However, he had a weird life-saving method where he turned into a bunch of insects. I tried to eliminate every single one, but a few escaped. Wang Wei became annoyed even though he knew this was a possibility. These upper dimension traders had become cockroach villains, and he hated nothing more than a villain that refused to die. This is for you, said Di Tian as he took out a red orb. A slaughter heart, said Wang Wei with brilliant eyes. This is a rare resource born by condensing slaughter aura. It requires a specific environment to give birth to. I did not fulfill my end of the bargain, so I'll use this to compensate for my part. Di Tian did not want to owe karma debt to Wang Wei, so the latter could not use it against him in the final battle. Although he also mastered karma law because of his samsara Dao and his past as a Buddhist monk, karma was not the main focus of his Dao, so he could still lose in a direct confrontation with a master like Wang Wei. As such, he concluded the best choice of action is to repay the karma in a way that would not directly help Wang Wei. Di Tian knew the latter sent disciples to gather slaughter aura in the Western Continent, most likely for Li Jun, so he devised this reward to repay the karma. After handing the heart to Wang Wei, Di Tian disappeared. Meanwhile, Wang Wei squinted his eyes. Both times he showed up, he never revealed his main body. It's almost like he did not want me to see his current body. Wang Wei did not think the latter feared him, so there must be a reason he did not want to see him. Did he really find a way to achieve 10th extremity? He remembered how he did not want Shu Luo to see his full power to not learn from it. So, he concluded Di Tian was doing something similar. I must accelerate things, he thought as he quickly checked the science and technology world. Their research accelerated with an emperor body. Finally, he looked at the slaughter heart, feeling its vast energy. So pure, he commented with a frown. This thing is perfect for Li Jun to absorb but not to use on that weapon. The weapon must be wild and ferocious to ensure its power. So, such pure slaughter aura is not suitable. This guy is worthy of the title of richest cultivator. He even has such a thing. He shook his head. From the oracle mirror, he knew Di Tian's proving Dao artifact was probably even better than his that he had recently upgraded. He prepared to put it away when he sensed a talisman inside his space. The sex emergency contact talisman? What happened? He hurriedly checked. Immediately afterward, a wave of great anger flashed in his eyes. These people are truly courting death. He wanted to be peaceful, use the time he had left with his family, and cultivate. But some people wanted to try his patience. Wang Wei teleported and returned home. Mechanized Puppet World, Chen Shen, the sect master of the Origin Weapon Mountain, walked into a room with 7 people, with 6 people standing in specific spots of the room. An array was engraved on the floor, along with a silver puppet lying at the center. Chen Shen looked at the puppet with excitement. He finally had an opportunity to rise. Sir, are you sure this is a good idea? Said the 7th person, He was responsible for managing the formation. I am. But this is a taboo practice for a reason. The previous people failed because their bodies were frylied, commented Chen Chen. Although I'm not a body refiner, my body is much stronger than your typical puppet master Pan DN0VE1 CM. You don't have to say anything else, interrupted Chen Chen. I've decided and prepared. He finally found a chance to rise and become one of the top heaven chosen who broke the barrier between mortal and immortal. Tong Ruobing, wait until we meet again, it'll surprise you. Chen Chen used to be the peer and rival of Tong Ruobing. But, at some point, he became mediocre while she rose like a comet. He previously accepted this fact since he could not make up the gap. But now, he had finally found an opportunity. Let's begin. The array master sighed and no longer convinced him. Chen Chen entered the center of the array, next to the pure silver puppet. Light flashed around as the array activated, then he screamed in agony. The array master frowned as he had a bad feeling. But it was too late to do anything now. He could only wait to see the result. Behind the scene battle. As soon as Wang Wei returned home, he teleported to the secret realm where the ancestors waited for him. What's the situation? Do we have more information? So far, we only know someone attacked our business stalls in the commerce. More than 100 disciples there died, said Origin 1, trying to control his fury. They always bully people. When did they ever suffer such an injustice? Many disciples of the sect die every year for various reasons. But as long they were not bullied by cultivators using higher realms or the disciples sought death themselves, the sect would not interfere. However, they will never allow any factions to bully or wrong their disciples. However, this attack was a blatant provocation. Have we settled the compensation for these disciples' death? Asked Wang Wei, also controlling his emotions since he knew this was not the time to be irate. Yes. The sect has requirements for the disciples who dies in the line of duty for the sect. Do we have any proof who did it? Who else could it be besides the Spirit Genesis sect? Said Sword One with a sneer. We still need some proof. Some people might be trying to blame them, added Wang Wei, who also felt it was them. The situation is similar to how they operate in the shadow. Miscellaneous just did a divination and found absolutely nothing, adding Origin 1. Wang Wei immediately understood what he meant. The divination would have detected even a hint if another faction tried to frame the Spirit Genesis sect. But they found nothing. Only the Spirit Genesis sect has a way to perfectly hide from the yin-yang calculation of miscellaneous. Sometimes, appearing too clean is also suspicious. What did the Commerce Hub's president say? The Commerce Hub had a president who wielded tremendous political power and controlled extensive resources. Many top emperor lineages control the hub, and the group with the most powerful emperor will be in control in every generation. And if no one in that large group produced an emperor in the generation, they'll compete with each other to decide. Many people sought after the president's post, including the Tao opening sect. Unfortunately, they've just joined, and according to the rules, they must wait for at least 10 generations before becoming eligible to acquire the president's post. Of course, Wang Wei will not wait for 10 generations. He's prepared to take the whole thing by force and expand it beyond its limit of a few hundred world communities. He apologized to us and promised a tenfold reimbursement, support to integrate better, and reduce our wait time to 5 generations, said Origin 1. What did he say about the Spirit Genesis sect? Asked Wang Wei. He said there is nothing he can do since there is no proof, added Sword 1. The official event or explanation was that one customer was unhappy with one of the sect's products and went on a rampage. The customer had a weird talisman that could delay the entire detecting system of the Commerce Hub. What's weird is that even the customer's identity could not be found. He's a businessman, commented Wang Wei. And offending the Spirit Genesis sect for such a simple thing is not worth the price. PNDN01. They have an immortal sovereign, and we have Sword 1. Plus, we definitely have a chance as long as Desolate 1 succeeds, argued Hell 1. Things are not that simple, countered the steward. Recasting the foundation is not easy, and it will take time, even with time formation. Emperor Qiuan's origin Dao involved time, so he left a time acceleration formation usable by immortals and a few secret realms. However, he did not minor array Dao, so there are limits to the formation and secret realms. Miscellaneous improved upon it later, but it was still limited. Plus, we don't know if they have a second immortal sovereign. Sect Master, what is your decision? Asked Origin 1. We can't go to war, but we also can't swallow this breath, said Wang Wei with sinister light in his eyes. Do you want to attack their shop? That would be pointless since they would watch out for this. Origin 1 shook his head. I have a plan, and I need you guys to use whatever means you have to ensure I won't be discovered. Leave it to us, said Origin 1, and the crew began. Origin 1 gathered the abilities left by Emperor Qiuan and hid Wang Wei's origin. Miscellaneous 1 used Yin Yang, invisibility, and darkness to bless Wang Wei with another form of protection. Turtle 1 gave him a special defensive shield that blocked tracking, calculation, and divination. Hell 1 hid his soul and aura. Shadow 1 and 2 used shadow to further enhance his hiding capabilities. Rainbow 1 gave him a speed blessing to run away swiftly in case he's detected. Finally, Sword 1 used her power to elevate all these blessings and techniques to another level. Wang Wei felt these guys may have gone a little overboard. However, in this situation, too much caution is not a thing. After finishing all the preparations, he started. He used his Spirit Flower ability, Soul Network. Without wasting much time, he landed in the battle spirit world, accessing trillions upon trillions of souls. He searched for people who were desperate and had nothing to live for. The only thing driving them forward was their desire for revenge. And as soon as they accomplish it, they will leave the mortal coil. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. And then, Wang Wei came in like a devil, whispering sweet tempting words to them. He will give them the strength to avenge their hatred, and they need to do one thing for him afterward. Finally, he set up the stage before the grand finale. Battle Spirit World, Spirit Genesis Sect. He calmly looked at his father, Patriarch Jia, and the disciplinary head. His injuries healed long ago, and he was back in peak shape. What was the president's response? He asked. He warned us and made us pay a hefty price, said Patriarch He. Even with no evidence? Yes. Could we contest it with the council? Asked He. The president did not have absolute power in the commerce hub since a council balanced his power. The Spirit Genesis sect has a seat on the council and has a great deal of power. The other members seemed very dissatisfied with us, so they have already supported him. He remembered many people referred to this generation's president as a business sage, expanding the profit of the commerce hub beyond nothing they've seen in countless generations. As such, many people in the council support him, and there have even been rumors of supporting him for a second term. Such a thing would be unprecedented. It's fine if we pay, said he with a relaxed tone. The main objective is to give a blow to the Dao opening sect and slow down their development into the endless void. Whatever price they pay is worth it since it weakens their enemy. Wang Wei, you wait, thought he, remembering that terrifying punch. He is confident he will avenge it after he proves the Dao. He closed his eyes to access his sea of consciousness and watched as 5 lights floated, 4 were bright, and the last one was dim and appeared to be still brewing. I have the confidence to avenge that punch. Patriarch, said a hurried voice from outside, interrupting He-Shi's thinking. Come in, said Patriarch Jia as the group watched an ordinary elder walking in. What is it? An emergency talisman came in. The 4 immediately had a bad premonition. What is it? Asked Patriarch He. We just received news someone blew themselves up in one of our pill shops, killing all our disciples and ruining countless resources. What? Is the news true? Asked the disciplinary head. The elder opened his mouth to respond before suddenly stopping. He took out another talisman, and his face suddenly turned ugly. Then, more talismans began to light up. What is it? Asked He, trying to remain calm. Most of the profession shops suffered a similar attack. A customer suddenly blew themselves up, said the elder. What is the damage? More than 2,000 public shops were attacked, and more than 1,800 succeeded. She and the patriarchs' faces turned ugly as they already understood this was the Dao opening sect's revenge. Although only a small part of their publicly known shops was attacked, it will still cause them a lot of resources and lives. Before they could process and analyze the situation, another elder rushed into the room. Sect Master, bad news. One of the ore veins was attacked. One of the miners revolted and blew herself up. Impossible, said Patriarch Jia. How did they infiltrate our world without even noticing? Such a coordinated attack requires a powerful force with well-trained dead soldiers. And the miner in the sect's vein would be a spy. But they could not fathom how the Dao opening sect, who had isolated themselves from the endless void, could have cultivated such a force under their nose. Furthermore, the news did not stop coming. Chapter 722, Lu Cheng's situation. Wang Wei calmly looked at everything that occurred. He planned an attack on 3,000 locations, 2,000 from public shops and the rest from mines or unique resource spots. Wang Wei did not choose anymore because the chance of the Spirit Genesis sect detecting something and interfering increased. After the plan began, his cautions proved correct. Only 1,800 attacks on public shops succeeded, and a few of 300 of the special resources locations succeeded. As for the others, the Spirit Genesis sect detected something and prevented the attackers from succeeding. Per Wang Wei's instructions or meticulous planning, none of the attackers survived, so the sect could not find any information. This is just the beginning. The next step is for you people to squirm, thought Wang Wei with a sneer, as he could predict the Spirit Genesis sect's next step. They will suspect the Dao opening sect has a secret force in their world and even infiltrates their home base. So, they will do a rapid internal cleanup, capturing and killing countless foreign faction spies. However, things will become interesting after not finding any connection to the Dao opening sect. They will become suspicious and even kill many of their own disciples. As long as there are any suspicions, the disciples will be either severely interrogated or killed. Unfortunately, they will still not discover anything. Typically, ordinary people should give up. However, intelligent people often have a problem: they think too much. And that's when things will become interesting. The Spirit Genesis sect's political system is similar to the Dao opening sect, with families and a sectarian faction. The only difference is their sect is more balanced between the clans and the sectarian faction. Nevertheless, there is bound to have competition and disagreement between the three factions. So, they will begin to suspect and accuse each other after not finding the hidden force of the Dao opening sect. Of course, Wang Wei knew it was impossible to take down a sect with such a long and powerful heritage with this minor dispute. He knew the ancestors would step up if things become out of hand. His purpose is to tone down the Spirit Genesis sect's arrogance while keeping them busy so they don't do any more stupid and reckless acts. I always knew Dao lords and overlords were scary, but it's the first time I've experienced it personally, said Sword One, who watched the entire event through the Soul Network. Indeed, added Origin One, thinking about the benefit of this method instead of a direct battle. From now on, the Spirit Genesis sect will always be on the lookout, wondering whether their enemy will attack them. They always have to watch out for their backs since the enemy is in the shadow and they're in the light. This revenge plan surprised all the ancestors except for the steward since he knew about the demon supremacy world from Wang Wucheng. The sect master destroyed an entire civilization in a few months and gave humans the opportunity to take the status of the world's protagonist from the demon race. So, he was not surprised. All we have to do is wait to see if they will respond, commented Wang Wei. And Wang Wei did not have to wait long. He noticed something the next day. What is it? Asked Origin One when he saw the frown on Wang Wei's face. I can no longer access the souls in their world community, he replied. What does that mean? It means they might have used something similar to the human preservation array and completely isolated the battle spirit world. Since our world can have such worldwide array, it's normal for others to do the same, said the steward. Now, we know one of the hidden trumps cards, and that's more than enough. Indeed, nodded Wang Wei. He also wondered whether the battle spirit world would be like the Myriad Emperor world and have different formations from different racial groups or maybe one formation for the entire world. I cannot find these answers anytime soon, so there is no point in thinking about them, thought Wang Wei before leaving the secret realm. He saluted the ancestors before exiting to see Yan Liling and give her the slaughter heart. He wanted to enter seclusion immediately, but he had a divination that his father's battle with Ji Lanfang was approaching, so he decided to wait. Origin Pill Dao sect. Lu Qing sat cross-legged, deep in cultivation, surrounded by a mysterious formation floating above his head. He was sweating profusely, which was odd since cultivators no longer needed to expire after the divine sea realm. Lu Cheng's face became pale as his aura leaked, showing his cultivation in the quasi-emperor. No one knew the person in this generation with the highest cultivation was the sect master of the Origin Pill Dao sect. He suddenly opened his bloodshot eyes before exhaling loudly. The simulation failed again, he muttered with a sense of loss. Ever since he received the Proving Dao pill formula and the Flame Emperor's inheritance, he used his innate talent to become one of the best pill masters of this generation. He took control of the Origin Pill Dao sect so he would have no problem with resources for his cultivation and to prepare for the future. Then, he focused on refining this heaven-defying pill. The Flame Emperor knew it would be risky for Lu Qing to attempt refining the pill without practice and experience. So, he left a special formation that allowed him to do simulations in an illusion world. As long as he succeeds in the illusion, he can also succeed in real life. Unfortunately, it was highly challenging to refine this pill. To be precise, many parts of the formula seemed like speculation or unverified theories, thus drastically increasing the success rate. And this is just one of the many problems, muttered Lu Qing under his breath. He shook his head before walking out of the cultivation. He decided to relax and drink some tea. He did not like to drink tea. But ever since that person took over his body, he unconsciously developed the hobby. A few minutes while resting, Lu Qing sensed someone coming into the room, and a rare smile appeared on his rigid face. "Senior sister," he said with a smile. "We are married." "Why do you insist on calling me senior sister?" asked Lan Ling. "Because I like it," said Lu Qing, thinking about the past. The truth is Lu Qing does not feel his current life is real. He achieved his dream of being a renowned alchemist, and the senior sister he could only dream about was now his wife. And Lu Qing did not know whether to thank that person, the infatuation flower, or fate. In general, he has a lot of complicated feelings toward Wang Wei, especially regarding his fifth senior sister and his rise as a pill master. The latter did not succumb to the aphrodisiac in that cave and did not sully the fifth sister's innocence. If he did not, their relationship would be even more complicated. After all, Lan Ling is a reserved and old-fashioned person, so she would have accepted his offer of taking responsibility after the event and marrying him. However, he did not know how he would feel if that was the reason they became Dao companions. As for the infatuation flower, he immediately told her about it after Wang Wei left, not wanting her to be influenced. However, the fifth sister did not mind and said it was fate. Afterward, their master placed more seals on the flower, lowering its effect. Then, the two got to know each other until they fell in love and became Dao companion. Finally, Lu Qing felt complicated regarding his rise as an alchemist. The source of his fame and glory evolved around his innate talent, precision. However, he knew for certain he could not develop it to the extent Wang Wei developed it. Maybe, he would not even acquire it in the first place if the latter did not occupy his body. Innate talent is unique to every individual. And during that period, Wang Wei was Lu Qing, but Lu Qing was not Wang Wei. He may have acquired such a promising talent because of Wang Wei's existence. Then, there is the more complicated issue with Flame Emperor. He's the latter's heir, but could he have become one without Wang Wei? He did not know exactly since the Flame Emperor chose him instead of Wang Wei. However, Lu Qing is also intelligent to know it might be because he is an easier pawn to control, hence why the Flame Emperor chose him. Over the years, he has grown and is no longer the naive young man who only knew how to refine pills. He experienced too many political intrigues and assassination attempts, so he had to grow rapidly to reach his current state. As such, he could analyze and understand many things his younger self would be entirely ignorant of. "What are you thinking so deeply about?" asked Lan Ling. Chapter 723, Lu Cheng's situation, nothing important. I was just reminiscing about the past, replied Lu Cheng before motioning for her to sit in his lap. Lan Ling blushed in embarrassment before shaking his head. There is no need to be embarrassed. We are married, and there is no one else around, persuaded Lu Cheng with a smile. He liked she was so reserved and easily embarrassed even after so many years. He also liked to challenge her out of her comfort zone. Lan Ling looked around and checked to see if any servants were nearby. Finally, after hesitating for a few seconds, she sat on his lap and laid her head on his firm chest. How was your attempt this time around? She asked. Another failure, replied Lu Cheng with a sigh. I wish I could help you, she muttered with some sadness. Lan Ling wanted to help her husband, but her alchemy talent barely allowed her to be an assistant. Don't say that. Remember, you are the driving force. Without you, I would have long given up on this pill. Lu Cheng was not lying. After figuring out he might be someone else's pawn, he often contemplated abandoning this recipe and not refining it. After all, he never had any emperor's dreams or ambitions. So, besides the alchemy achievement of refining this pill, he did not care that much. However, everything changed after an assassination attempt injured Lan Ling. Lu Cheng realized the importance of strength, brewing a desire for power. He swore to gain the power to protect his loved ones and ensure they could live a long and eternal life. And the pill is the answer. If he proves the Tao, he can follow in the footsteps of the Yin-Yang companion emperor and cultivate the flower into a Yin-Yang love flower. If the legends are true, Lu Cheng can allow his wife to also become an emperor. Lan Ling smiled as she liked to hear these reassuring words from him. Nevertheless, she still hoped she could directly aid him. Don't think about these unnecessary things. Was the news about the eternal seed true? Asked Lu Cheng. Yes, but by the time our people arrived, someone already took it away. Lu Cheng groaned. He encountered many problems in preparation for this proving Tao pill, one of which was the materials. They were all rare and difficult to find. The eternal seed was one of the core materials that he's been searching for the last 20,000 years. Do you know who got their hands on it? Our information is unclear, but there is a high chance it's the Association of Commerce. The eternal seed is mainly used to extend life, so if it's in their hands, they probably want to have their alchemist refine some potent life-extending pill, commented Lu Cheng. Maybe I can negotiate with them. He's currently one of the best alchemists in the world. So, the association might be willing to owe them a debt. Huh, muttered Lu Cheng as he sensed something from his wife. If you have something to tell me, don't hesitate. Lan Ling opened her mouth before closing it. She hesitated for a while before saying, I think it's time you began to rely on the sex manpower more. Absolutely not, he answered immediately and decisively. If we had more people looking for the material, we would not be in the situation we are, convinced Lan Ling after biting her lips for determination. She does not like contradicting her husband, but sometimes, she must be tough. You should understand the difficulty of gathering these rare and possibly extinct materials. You'll never succeed if you only use your personal power to search. You need the sex influence and connection to have a remote chance. And you should understand my worries, countered Lu Cheng. That guy impersonated me and infiltrated the sect. I know for a fact he has numerous spies in the sect, watching my every move. Lan Ling looked at his determined face before looking at the few strings of white hair on the side of his head. She knew they existed not due to lack of lifespan. After all, they were still young and full of vitality. These white hairs were the result of immense stress and worries. In the past few years, she saw how her husband became increasingly paranoid that he did not even tell their masters about the pill. Have you considered coming to an agreement with him? Are you serious? He asked, wondering what's got into her today. Have you thought about the situation properly? What do you mean? Can you refine the pill before this generation's heaven will battle? That's impossible. I doubt we could gather even 1/8 of the material, replied Lu Cheng with a wry smile. Then, what will you do after he proves the Tao? Do you think you'll be able to hide from him then? Lu Cheng did not answer. He did not know how to respond. Once he finds it, he can just take the pill away from you, she continued. The only opportunity we will have is if the Flame Emperor appears to help. But even then, will that really be a good thing? None of them completely trusted the Flame Emperor since they did not know his primary objective and plan. There is a possibility that the day Lu Qing refines the pill is also the day he dies at the hands of the Flame Emperor. So, of the evil, Lan Ling preferred the lesser evil of Wang Wei. Maybe, allying with him might protect them from the Flame Emperor. I believe in the Flame Emperor, argued Lu Qing. He can only convince himself that such an entity who reached beyond the realm of the great emperor does not need to plot someone as lowly as him. Okay, let's say you're correct, and the Flame Emperor does not plan to harm you. What will you do if Wang Wei comes to ask you for the formula? Even if you succeed and become an emperor, do you think you will be more powerful than him? Lu Qing groaned as he caressed his temple. If you make a transaction with him now, you will have the support of the entire Dao opening sect to help gather the material. Secondly, you can have Yan Liling's help to ensure success. Lu Qing pondered for a moment. Your analysis is only right if he's the one who proves the Dao. Our situation would be even worse if other people were the final winners, said Lan Ling with a frown. He knows us and has some karmic connection. So, he might spare us and even allow us to keep a copy of the pill formula. But other heaven chosen will not have such compassion or scruples. Most will not hesitate to raise the sect to the ground for that formula. Lu Qin was aware of this, so he only told his wife about the pill. He did not even tell his master, Yi Lao. And he would not have told her if she did not sleep every day next to him. He could imagine how many people would do anything to get their hands on this pill formula, including wiping out the origin pill Dao sect. If such a day ever arrived, Lu Qing knew he would be the greatest sinner of the sect since they would not survive. Countless emperor lineage would band together to wipe out the origin pill Dao sect. I will think about your suggestions, he said, ending this conversation. Lan Ling secretly sighed. Her husband was kind and gentle about most things. But when it came to that pill formula or Wang Wei, he was more stubborn than a mule. Can you at least tell the master? He's trustworthy and can help us in many ways. Lu Qing wanted to refuse immediately, but he realized he needed to do something different if he wanted to have a chance to refine this pill. His current method has proven unsatisfactory, as shown by the slow progress after thousands of years. So, telling his master the truth might be a good move. Although his teacher is not powerful strength-wise, he has years of experience and extensive connections. Maybe the teacher can find a way to help me. Although Lu Qing felt this was a good idea, he was still worried about the news leaking. He trusted his master, but if the latter made a mistake, it would be a catastrophic result. You have to trust everything will go all right with the master, just like it did with me, reassured Lan Ling as she held his hand. Lu Qing looked at his wife's brilliant smile and felt relieved. You're right, he nodded. Let's tell the teacher the truth. Just by saying these words, he felt a heavy burden lifted from his shoulder. The two walked out of the room, heading to Yi Lao's mountain. Lu Qing did not go far before a disciple arrived with important news. The Dao burial ground disappear? That's not important for now, he thought after dismissing the disciple. Then, he met with his master and told him the entire truth. Ultimate Swordsmanship Showdown, I. Martial Hegemony World, a martial beast emperor's secret realm, Ao Shen and Zhu Tao worked together to fight a bunch of puppets. There were so many of them and of significant strength, resulting in these two having wounds all over their bodies. In the end, Ao Shen transformed into his real body to fight. Zhu Tao was not surprised by his appearance, not because he had already seen Ao Shen's true form. Ao Shen used a bloodline secret technique to make his real body resemble a flood dragon with a little bit of innate bloodline. Zhu Tao has seen and even killed flood dragon in the pursuing longevity world, so he was not surprised about the latter's transformation. All he cared for was the strength Ao Shen displayed, which would allow him to pass this trial and receive the final inheritance. The two worked together for the next few days to fight this endless horde of puppets. They thought it would be easy to acquire this inheritance, but the reality was much crueler than they imagined. They often came close to dying, forcing them to use their trump cards to survive. Finally, after a month of constant study, they finally passed the trial. They entered a room with a scroll floating in the middle, strange and mysterious Tao rhymes emanate from the scroll, soothing people's minds and making it easier to comprehend this emperor's scripture. That's it? Thought Ao Shen, who believed there would be more to the martial beast emperor's inheritance. Meanwhile, Zhu Tao was excited since he had finally accomplished his goal. Let's comprehend together, he said, unable to control his excitement, and Ao Shen agreed. They sat before the scroll and let the Tao rhymes nourish their mind. My name is the martial beast emperor, said a deep voice deep in their minds. I suppressed a generation with my companion, Little Wolf. I hope future generations can appreciate my beast unity Tao and continue my legacy. The sounds of Tao reverberated into the room, making it easier for Ao Shen and Zhu Tao to comprehend the mystery of this emperor's scripture. After an unknown amount of time, they finally awakened, each with a different expression. Ao Shen was a little disappointed. The scripture gave him many ideas on excavating his bloodline's power to the limit, just like the martial beast's wolf did. Additionally, it contained a few unique and creative methods to temper the fleshly body. However, this scripture's core concept requires two people, one human and one demon, to cultivate, making most of it useless to him, especially since he has no good feelings toward humans. Ao Shen predicted this outcome, so he expected the martial beast emperor to leave some other rare resources for his inheritor. That's the primary reason he wanted to come to this secret realm. Meanwhile, Zhu Tao was excited, unable to contain his smile since waking up. He found the path forward for Qi cultivators, law resonance. He also called this method Qi resonance or energy resonance. The idea is to follow the technique of swordsman or profession Tao and create a way for pure energy cultivators to use their Qi/energy to resonate with the laws of heaven and earth. For example, a person who used fire Qi would resonate with fire laws to increase their destructive capabilities. I have already created a prototype of this technique, thought Zhu Tao. All I need to do is complete it after I return. Then, after proving the Tao, I will spread it until it becomes more common amongst the cultivators back home. Zhu Tao could already foresee the sect's elders would try to prevent him from spreading such a technique that has the potential to become an insurgent. However, he did not care. He had his ambitions and goals, and no one could stop him, not even the mountain and sea sect that raised him since he was a child. Brother Ao Shen, let's go now that we have what we want. Indeed, replied the dragon as he took one last look before leaving. It was my pleasure to work with you, said Zhu Tao after reuniting with the ancestors of his sect. According to their agreement, each could bring one ancestor, so Ao Shen also had someone present. The pleasure was mine, replied Ao Shen calmly as he watched Zhu Tao leave with his elders. Lord, how was the result? Disappointing, he shook his head. The gain was nowhere worth the risks he took. Is that so? Asked the elder, not hiding the disappointment in his voice. There may be a way to turn the situation, suddenly said Ao Shen with ruthless eyes. He suddenly thought of twisting the core of this scripture and creating one where a demon race enslaved another human being, then absorbed all their cultivations to increase the demon's power. If I want to do this, I have to be careful not to be discovered by the humans. No, they will find out eventually, so it's best to use devil cultivators so the discovery will have little to no effect. He allied with the Tao opening sect and could use it to protect themselves once the news was released. Although this is risky, it's a great way to make up for the foundation of the demon race in a short time. With this method, the demon race can give birth to many more quasi-emperors and maybe even a few more powerful Tao ancestors and immortal sovereign. After all, there are loose immortal Tao ancestors and immortal sovereigns. The demon race will significantly benefit as long as they capture them and use the new technique. Let's go, said Ao Shen, as he did not want to waste time. The rise and fall of the demon race counted on him. Someone or something suddenly appeared inside the secret realm after the two left. It was a middle-aged man dressed in animal leather coats and boots. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. Co, MPN DN0VE1, CM. The spirit was a little disappointed, that's why he only left the scripture for these two, not the resources part of the inheritance. Not to mention they are foreigners. After complaining, the spirit waved his hand to create a few more tokens before scattering them in different parts of the martial hegemony world, waiting for a destined person. His master gave him a mission, and he could not leave until he accomplished it. Regardless, the spirit was patient. He would take however long he needed until he found an excellent inheritor for his master. Myriad Emperor World, Tao Opening Sect. A few days had passed since the events with the Spirit Genesis sect. Then, he received a communication talisman that his father had finally left his seclusion. So, he rushed to see him. As soon as Wang Wei saw his father, his eyes lighted up, and he punched the latter, making Wang Tian's eyes twitch. Bang! The Wang Clang manor trembled as Wang Tian caught his son's fist. His action was fast and effortless. 7 Primordial Dragon Force, not bad, commented Wang Wei, looking at the white mark on his fist. Plus, your fleshly body is a sword, and people will get hurt when directly attacking it. Wang Wei's flesh body has the natural property to rebound attacks, primarily physical and energy, while his father's property is to cut anything that touches it. I've always wanted to regain my status and pride as a father, said Wang Tian with a terrifying intent in his eyes. Now, I have the chance. Do you dare fight with me without using the power of your incarnations? He, you get a little power, and you're suddenly swollen, replied Wang Wei with the corresponding battle intent. I will be more than happy to put you back in your place. Don't worry, I'll seal my strength to the peak of 7 Leaf, just like you. Fine by me. Then, the two disappeared, heading to a secret realm for their battles. These two, yelled Yu Yan, but it was already too late, and they already disappeared. I'll deal with them when they return. Unfortunately for those two, they returned 3 days later. Wang Wei was in good shape, but Wang Tian was slightly pale. However, their complexion became like ghosts when they saw the scary look Yu Yan was giving them. Our family was finally reunited after so many years. But instead of taking this opportunity to bond and converse, you two went to fight for 3 days. Well, look at my well-raised son and responsible husband. Sweat fell behind these two backs. Then, Wang Wei acted swiftly. Blame father, he's the one who provoked me. You. Isn't it true? I'm not fallen for that this time. You've grown up and should know better. Grow up. No. It doesn't matter how old I am, I will always be your child, said Wang Wei as he embraced his mother. Yu Yan protested for a moment before being unable to resist and held him in her embrace. I'm not done with you, he said to her husband, making Wang Tian smile wryly. So, who won anyway? Asked Yu Yan. Of course, it's me, said Wang Wei. Only because of more experience, battle tactic, and a higher recovering method because your body is more powerful. A win is a win. You should be proud you could fight toe-to-toe with me in the same realm, commented Wang Wei. Forging Sword Body. The battle was quite interesting, and Wang Wei learned a great deal. His father used the sword Dao to the extreme, cutting off all his fate or any conceptual attacks. So, Wang Wei had to change tactics and use the advantage of his fleshly body to tire his opponent out before winning. Regardless, he learned why swordsmen are the strongest attackers in this battle. With a stronger fleshly body, his father's attack method drastically increased, making him even scarier than he used to be. In this battle, Wang Wei finally realized how much the environment and luck affect a cultivator. His father's talent is no worse than the Sword Empress. However, he suffered because he was born into the wrong generation, and his heavenly luck was insufficient. He knew his father was the kind of talent that could become an eternal emperor without any help or even entering the Di realm. Of course, it's different for an eternal supreme. This kind of realm or stage requires luck, talent, and opportunity. Otherwise, no matter how talented a person is, they cannot become eternal supreme. How was your retreat? Asked Yu Yan. It went well, replied Wang Tian with a smile. I benefited a lot. Wang Tian explained his experience and gains during the retreat. Let me see your body refining technique, asked Wang Wei, and Wang Tian agreed and gave him a technique with a simple tile, forging sword body. The technique followed a similar system as the ancient desolate body refining scripture, tempering the skin, muscles, bones, and organs. However, This body-tempering technique does not require spiritual materials but uses the unique sword qi Wang Tian used to recondense his primordial spirit. As such, every blood and cell in his body contains sharp sword qi. Wang Tian even opened his acupoints and stored potent sword energy in them. "It's a waste to store sword energy in your acupoints," commented Wang Wei. "You should store actual swords, innate swords, to be exact." "I thought about that," replied Wang Tian. "However, having more than 1 million innate swords is unrealistic. Even with the Tao opening sect's deep foundation, he could not get his hands on such a large number of innate weapons." "You don't have to use innate swords," countered Wang Wei. "You can use the pseudo-innate pill method to create pseudo-innate sword embryos in your acupoints. Then, when I return the environment to innate, you can absorb innate qi between heaven and earth to transform the embryos into real innate swords." "That's a great idea," said Wang Tian, thinking how much more powerful his fleshly body would become after he succeeded. "And in return, his swordsmanship will also reach a higher level." Panda N0V1. "Calm, you have plenty of time to learn," commented Yu Yan. "Plus, you can have someone refine the sword embryo for you. You only need to use your blood and soul mark in the process." "Mom's right," said Wang Wei. "So, don't worry too much about it." Wang Tian nodded. "Then, it's decided." "One last thing," added Wang Wei. "Are you going to fuse the forging sword body into your Absolute Cut Sutra, or leave it as a separate technique?" "Both," he replied. "I want future generations who cultivate my technique to not make the same mistake as me and cultivate their bodies. I also think it can be used as a unique body refining technique for the sect." "It's a good idea, but you should reduce the difficulty of cultivating this technique." "What do you mean?" asked Wang Tian. "Do you think anyone is you and can condense your unique sword qi?" explained Yu Yan, and a look of realization dawned on Wang Tian. He did not use regular sword qi that most swordsmen can use by imbuing the sharpness of swords into their qi/energy. His sword qi originated from cultivating more than 1 trillion different swordsmanship, taking their essence and condensing them into sword qi. His method requires extremely high swordsmanship talent and a lot of time. Wang Tian took more than 2 generations before he succeeded. "You guys are right, but I'm not happy. If a person is not talented enough, they should not be cultivating my technique," complained Wang Tian. "You should think more about the sect," added Yu Yan. "The ancient desolate body refining scripture is one of the sect's most powerful and unique scriptures, but few people can cultivate it. I'm sure the desolate emperor regretted not leaving a weaker version that was easier to cultivate." "I agree with her." Wang Wei was in the same situation as his father, since he could foresee that few people would be able to cultivate his transcending fate sutra. So, he left more accessible versions and things anyone could learn from, for example, how to open the chakra and develop a more potent divine body realm. "Don't nag, I will do it," replied Wang Tian, his face immediately pale as soon these words came out of his mouth. "What did you say?" asked Yu Yan, her eyes even scarier than Grand Dao. "So, you got a little power, and now think you can do whatever you want. Please visit Panda N0VE1. No, wife, I did not mean that, it was a slip of the tongue," hurriedly explained Wang Tian. Unfortunately, his attempt was useless, so he looked at his son, hoping for assistance. Sadly, the latter looked like he did not see his signals, making him clench his teeth. "Do you have any ideas to make this technique easier?" asked Wang Tian, trying to change the subject. "I'll deal with you later," Yu Yan told him through divine sense, making Wang Tian's heart skip a beat. He knew he was done. "You can use metal qi for cultivation," suggested Wang Wei. "Sharp metal qi from swords would be ideal. Any metal or spiritual or can release metal or gold qi from the 5 elements. And the ones released from weapons like swords have certain properties which are perfect for cultivating the forging sword body." "I'll add the lesser version," said Wang Tian, agreeing with his son that this method would indeed lower the requirement. "The sect has a secret realm full of swords from past swordsmen. Disciples can enter to comprehend their sword will. In the future, they can also enter to temper their bodies with his technique. By the way, I sense my father was not in his hut. Did something happen? The old man left his seclusion, and most of his Dao heart was healed, said Wang Wei. Really? That's good news. Wang Tian has been with his father for many years, and he knew the latter was holding on by a thread. Things got worse after his mother's death, but Wang Tian never noticed until way later. For many years, he lived in fear that he would wake up one day and his father would tell him he decided to join his mother in samsara. One of the driving forces behind his desire to prove the Tao was to find a way to cure his father's Tao heart. Unfortunately, fate was not on his side, and there was no heaven will battle in his generation. Alas, he had to leave everything to his son. Many thoughts flashed in Wang Tian's mind. He remembered how he did not fight or argue against the name his father chose for his son, Wang Wei meaning Great King. His name meant King of Heaven, so his son should not have such a common name. However, he did not dare take away the joy of naming his grandson from the old man for fear he might be driven to the edge and do something irrevocable. So, he and his wife decided to let him choose the name, no matter what it was. I'm glad he's all right after so many years, said Wang Tian with great relief. Yu Yan lay on his shoulder, caressing his back. Where is he now? I send him to the secret realm. It's good for him to increase his strength and foundation, nodded Wang Tian, who knew and participated in creating Wang Chang's secret realm. He will have a much higher chance of defeating Emperor Nine Sons. What's your plan? Asked Wang Wei, who felt his father might have been lost in the past if he did not change the subject. He did not want to make him sad like the old man, forcing him to get drunk while reminiscing about the past. I have a battle rendezvous with Ji Lanfan, said Wang Tian with brilliant eyes. He should be coming in a few weeks. Really? Excellent. Why do you sound more excited than me? Asked Wang Tian. Who doesn't like a good battle? Not to mention two geniuses swordsmen who walked the same but different path. Indeed, I'm also excited. Do you want to make an event out of this battle? There is no need, replied Wang Tian. Anyway, we won't be able to hide it. True. A week later, Wang Tian left the sect to a deserted domain in the central continent. Ultimate Swordsmanship Showdown, I. Wang Tian sat next to a boulder, waiting for the appointed time. He was dressed in all white, showing the demeanor of a peerless swordsman unstained by the dust of the mortal world. Despite his middle-aged appearance, his looks could only be described as godlike or a face that even the heavens would be jealous of. His black danced with the wind, displaying his peaceful nature as he blended with the surrounding. Wang Tian conquered an entire generation not only because of his unmatched strength but also because of his handsome face. In his generation, he could not think how many saintess, young lady, sect madam, and empress felt for his peerless look. Many of these peerless women wanted to kidnap him and place him under house arrest so he could become their companion or plaything. In some ways, Wang Tian had to become powerful. Otherwise, his fate would have been worse than death. Despite how popular he was in his generation, Wang Tian was glad he ended up with his current wife. Influenced by his father, he never considered having more than one companion. However, most of the women in his generation only saw his peerless look and talent. And Yu Yan saw beyond the surface and saw his core, a simple or straightforward sword lover with a lot of emotional baggage. During his cultivation journey, he interacted on many occasions with Yu Yan, and they always had a connection. However, they restrained themselves until they almost died inside the blood earth. During that moment of desperation, as they entrusted each other's lives to an enemy, they could no longer suppress how they felt and admitted their feelings. Wang Tian remembered that day as if it was yesterday despite nearly 1,000,000 years almost passed. On that day, he liberated his mind and, in turn, his sword. His swordsmanship reached another level, allowing him to forge a blood path from that dangerous forbidden land. After exiting the blood earth, Wang Tian realized his sword was no longer lonely. He no longer was practicing the sword only for himself, he had something to protect. A few hours passed as Wang Tian awaited his opponent's arrival. He did not mind the wait since he could take the time to organize his mind and ensure he was in the peak shape for this battle. Then, he sensed something and looked in one direction. Ji Lanfang, dressed in a blue robe with an alcohol gourd in his hand, rode on a giant sword, flying toward Wang Tian. Ji Lanfang was no longer as sloppy and unrepresentable as in the deception trial. Instead, he looked handsome in his blue Taoist robe, exuding a more noble and sword-immortal vibe. The only thing that destroyed his image was the strong smell of alcohol. Fellow Daoist, I'm sorry for my tardiness. Traveling in the endless void is not easy, Ji Lanfang said as he put the flying sword away. It's fine. I'm just glad fellow Daoist was willing to travel from so far away, replied Wang Tian. Although they've become close over the years, installing a transworld transmission array was inappropriate. Plus, it was too expensive, and the current Myriad Emperor world was in a semi-closed state. As such, they discussed and agreed for Ji Lanfang to come here for the battle since he did not have to worry about his fellow competitors gathering information on him. Then, the drunk swordsman frowned as he looked at Wang Tian. Such vitality, you've tempered your body? Yes, replied Wang Tian, not hiding the truth. Why? I thought we walked the same path. Ji Lanfang did not hide his disappointment. He thought he had found a peer after so many years, but now, he might have been wrong. I was, but I learned our previous path was wrong. That is a bold statement, said Ji Lanfang with squinted eyes. The path of pure swordsmanship has existed since the beginning of time. So, he did not know whether his new friend was arrogant or he truly transcended that path and found a better one. But it's the truth, calmly added Wang Tian. Even if what you say is true, do you think body refining is the proper way for swordsmen? You won't understand until you experience it yourself, added Wang Tian, not wanting to argue. He wanted to use actions to show his friends he was walking on the wrong path. Yes, as the sages said, actions speak louder than words, nodded Ji Lanfang. Before we begin, can you tell me your maximum power? Ji Lanfang hesitated for a moment before replying, 5-leaf peak, please visit Panda, N0VE1. I have 7-leaf peak, so I will seal myself to the same strength. Ji Lanfang readily agreed. This was the best method to determine whose swordsmanship or path was the best. He took out a black sword and gently caressed it. The sword is called Black Lotus, and it's my Proving Tao artifact. This was the first sword I ever touched when I was 5 years old, and it has accompanied me throughout many battles. In my world, it is known as the Swordsman Reaper. Wang Tian was envious as he heard Ji Lanfang's description. He wished his first sword could accompany him throughout his life. Unfortunately, he had to cast a new one in the divine body realm as he cast his Proving Tao artifact. He kept that sword and hoped to pass it to his son as a form of a family inheritance. Unfortunately, his son crushed his dream when he chose not to be a swordsman. Wang Tian waved his hand, and a blue sword appeared in his hand. Following Ji Lanfang's example, he explained the name of his sword. This sword is called Life Cycles, named in honor of my mother. He reminisced for a moment before continuing. I have traveled all over the 5 continents, defeating all the swordsmen of my generation and the previous, substantiating my status as the greatest swordsman. And one day, I will have the entire endless void acknowledge this title. I never knew fellow Daoist was so ambitious. I have to hide my edges because I know this is not my era, replied Wang Tian with a smile. But now, my son has grown up, and his light is already shining brilliantly, so there is no need for me to hide anymore. Ji Lanfang nodded even though he could not relate on a personal level. He had no children and was the brightest star of his generation. Just like Wang Tian, he suppressed all his peers to the point of suffocating them. The greatest swordsman of the lower dimension. That's an interesting title, commented Ji Lanfang. Although he had never thought about such a thing, he suddenly had the desire to have this title. However, he still said, this is not an easy title to acquire. He was not only referring to the strength required to gain such a title but how feasible the entire idea was. There are 3,000 world communities with billions of worlds and trillions of swordsmen. So, a swordsman would need to defeat many people for this title to be acknowledged or accepted by heaven and earth. Unfortunately, it was not feasible to get so many swordsmen together. I have my way, said Wang Tian, who was not lying. one of his son's plans inspired him, so he had an idea on how to acquire the title of strongest swordsman after proving the Tao. It's good to be ambitious and take steps to achieve one goal, said Ji Lanfang. However, you must first get past me before you can talk about being the best. As he said these words, he gathered his sword will before floating in the air. No problem, replied Wang Tian with a smile, following him in his actions. Twink. As these two gather their sword wills, countless swords flash from different directions of the central continent, floating in the void outside the domain where their battle took place. The masters of these swords tried to prevent their swords from flying away, but it was pointless. Swords after sword left their masters, floating in the void as they wished to experience this ultimate battle of swordsmanship. And this phenomenon did not only occur in the central continent. The east, west, south, and northern swordsmen and sword users experienced the same thing. Their swords flew from their control and fled to the central continent, floating in the void. Most of these swords left their master's sea of consciousness. Only a few rare swordsmen could stop their swords from flying away. Regardless, they still had to fight the restlessness of their swords, trying to prevent them from leaving. Pa N. Dan, 0v1. C0M. They became in awe and immediately realized this was an opportunity, especially for swordsmen and sword users. They will learn a significant amount by watching this peak battle. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.